Such a squeaky chair. Alright, let me... Nope. Oh. What the hell? There's a whole ass window that looks like my chat. Engage with your audience. Okay. Keep moving myself. Alright. No. Jesus Christ. God, I'm so used to streaming on Twitch. Oh, wow. There we go. Alright, I wish I could get the music to work, but I can't figure that out. I think they switched their soundtrack link. Yeah, this is just Twitch. Alright, well, no music today. Oh, do I only have single input? Fuck. God, I'm sorry. I am not great with... I should have tested this beforehand. I had it set to stereo, but I don't know why that's not working. Also, that chat is stretched to hell. Can I moderate it here? No. Gotta go here. Alright. Let's start working. Oh, good. Glad I fixed it. That was quick. Hey, how's it going? I am just playing around. This will just be a, I don't have my thing connected. Can you increase mic volume? Yes, I can. Let's see if I can increase the pickup physically. Bup, 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 bup. Okay. Is that any better? That's good. Okay, cool. I'm kind of like turned away from my mic. I could just reposition it. I might do that if it's still a problem. Because my issue is that when I turn up the receiving capacity, turn up the minimum that it can hear, then it starts making my mouth move when I don't want it to. It's bad at the phonemes that I have set for the avatar. Alright. I'm going to keep working on some characters for the next video. I have a couple more poses that I want to do. Okay, cool. Thank you. I have some more expressive characters that I want to do. So I'm going to try and make some more poses. And then we can just chat, and if you guys want to... I don't know if you guys are all in the Discord or not, but if you are, we could do some, like, drawovers if you want to. If you have anything that you want me to, like, help you with, or, you know, whatever. Etc. I can make him look at you. Anyway. How loud is my keyboard? Because I know that it's loud to me, but I like that. Is that the right brush? Certainly not the right size. Or color. There we go. Okay. There we go. I can very much tell you have a mechanical keyboard. Yes, it is. It is very loud and effective, so I might need to rearrange because my mic is right next to the keyboard. So if you're not into ASMR, then we're going to need to figure that out. Also, can you hear my background noise at all? I have some stuff making sounds, but they're very specific sounds, so you probably would recognize it if you did. Okay, cool. Okay, so what expression do I need? Let me look. Thank you guys for coming in, by the way. I appreciate it. Just wanted to hang out, you know. I could have streamed in the Discord, but I figured I'd go live and see who else would stop on by, because I told a couple of people in the comments that I was going to start streaming soon, and I don't know if they all joined the Discord. So, let me look at the script and see what I'm feeling. You guys will be getting a slight behind the scenes, a slight preview of what's to come based on what these poses are going to be. But I'm not going to show you the actual script. Oh yeah, I got to do that one. Here, I will... Oh wait, very distant voice. Oh wait, you can hear the background? Okay, cool. I've got a little CRT TV set up, and I'm watching a Sonic movie. And I was planning on showing I was going to show my camera and see what that looks like in the background, but I don't want to get flagged. Also, yes, last video blew up, and I am hopeful that the next one gets the same following, just because I do want to keep people informed on, like, all the follow-ups that they had. There were a lot of people who commented about, like, oh, you didn't cover this one, oh, you didn't cover Tumblr, oh, you didn't do... And so I want to make sure that I'm covering those things for those people. Because I do want to inform people on the actual functionality of these sites, because it is complicated, and I wish they were more open about it. It's very hard to gather these analytics manually, and I genuinely didn't know half of these sites before, so I've added all of them that I was told about, and we're going to see, hopefully, if people like to see more of that stuff, because it is very interesting to me to just put all this together, and I hope it's helpful. Okay, what pose am I doing? Mm-mm. This is just to give you a little sneak behind the curtain as to what my process is, because it is probably not as clean as you would have thought. Did you guys see the script? Did that pop up on my tablet? Because I have two different monitors. Damn it. Oh well. Forget you saw anything. I don't know how that showed up because it was on my second monitor. Do I have my other display on my... Oh, I see what you're saying. I just... In telling you what it was, yeah. That's not really, like, the specifics of the script. There's more... Okay, good. I was like, how did that happen? I'm so worried about my... I do have the capacity to put both on there. I can do my desktop, and I can put you in the void. Boom. Oh, it didn't work. Whatever. Uh-oh. I broke it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we are. Okay. Alright, I won't play around anymore. Okay. I don't want to break it again. Okay. Yeah, I'm not great with tech. I don't do like I've never been an internet personality. I don't know how this works. So I appreciate you bearing with me. I need I need people to keep me in check. Tell me how to do this. I also appreciate all the support in the Discord. You guys have been great with like putting up with me not knowing how to do channel whatever privacy and roles, and I bricked the server for a minute. Uh, I like that shape. It always sucks when I draw a good shape and then I just don't know how to follow that up. Okay. Yeah, the Discord roles are a little. They were confusing to me, and I finally figured them out. It took me a while to figure out that I could do like roles that actually assign permissions versus roles that are just identifiable. Just helped people keep organized with like who's who, you know. But yeah, I'm figuring it out. I'm working on it. We're coming around. It's getting there. It has been a slow process, and I only had so much already established before everybody got in and they saw how messy it was. I had to reorganize channels. I had to make sure nobody was an admin so that I didn't get hacked. I had to make sure there were no raids. Hello. Welcome in. It depends on how many people we get. I feel like I can moderate like 100 by myself, but I'll probably have to extend permissions to people at some point. And it probably won't be anything severe. It'll probably just be other people who, at the very least, have the right to like remove any messages that they probably would imagine that I wouldn't want. But I think we've gotten enough good people in that, you know, people have been listening very well to the rules, and they've been really cool about like, hey, running stuff by me, making sure everything's cool before they post it. And then, you know, if I decide to change my mind or whatever, people aren't like, oh, but you said, you know, people have been great, and I love this community. I'm glad that I've garnered the right audience. I didn't, you know, there are some people out there who do crazy shit to just get attention very quickly, and they don't think they recognize that leads to more toxic communities, because then, you know, you get eyes because you're doing something crazy, and that might not be the right audience that you want. So I think in, you know, keeping it art related, keeping it, you know, an air of kindness, people have been very kind, and I appreciate it, and I love the love. It's great that even in the comments on the YouTube video, there's been very little hate, though I did get a couple, and I do want to bring that up because I want to address that in the next video, and I want to be a little mean. And I might run it by you guys to see if it's too mean, but we'll get there. I want to finish this pose. Yeah, no, very appreciative for everybody who's here. Probably gonna have to do another draw over on this one, but you know, for the most part, it's pretty solid. Let me check the original. Those aren't spaced. There we go. I want that to be even more dramatic. I need to be hunched forward. I need my torso to be bigger. Eh. I'll have to rework that later. Maybe I'll just do some drafts for now. Alright. Anybody got any questions, comments, concerns, stuff that they want to address about the Discord? If I missed anything in that announcement? Insight, favorite color, I don't know. Anything you want to know about me? Let me check and see what other stream on a regular basis. Yes, I do think I'm going to try and stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, probably around the same time, probably 3 o'clock. I have stuff every Tuesday, Thursday, and then the weekends I'm usually pretty busy. So usually Monday, Wednesday, Friday are my more chill days, and I'll have more time to hang out. I've not been shot by a 50 cal, unfortunately. That one is, yeah, it's on the list, but nope, not yet. Yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3 o'clock ish. I might change that. I woke up kind of late today, so I was like, oh shit, I gotta get going. And then it'll depend on, like, you know, sometimes stuff comes up. I gotta do like mechanic, you know, gotta get my car fixed, grocery shopping, you know, that stuff. So, for now, cautious Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And if you want to, you know, I'll try and, I gotta be more aware of like how to use the community channel on YouTube. So I will have to send updates on that. I should actually probably put out a thing. People know. I think YouTube does do a thing when your creators are live or whatever, especially if you hit the bell. But I gotta be more aware of, like, you know, I can put that out in the community post, and so then everybody can see that as like a stable, consistent thing. Yeah. Alright, what other pose do I need? What are we feeling? All right. Alright, let me see. Here, I'll give you a glance behind the curtain. I'll show you all the other poses I haven't used yet. You saw that one. Normal. I don't think I've used laugh yet. Maybe I did. But I like that one. Any hobbies outside of art/entertainment? Unfortunately, I live in an era where I have to monetize everything that I own. So all of my hobbies have become some kind of merch-related thing for the most part. I've got a Cricut, so I make stickers. I've got a 3D printer, so I make minis. Sorry, I'm not talking into the mic. I have a printer, a 3D printer. I don't make... I started off, I wanted to make minis for D&D, and then I started, like... I had a friend who wanted to sell stuff at a con, and so he would commission me to print him stuff. I had somebody ask me to print them some little aquarium decorations, which was cute. It was for her nephew, I think. It was cute for her birthday. You know, video games. I'm a basic guy. Thank you. I like the laugh as well. I don't know. I started with the stickers. That was my bigger, like, craft hobby that evolved into, like, oh, I can, you know, sell these. At first, I just wanted to make stuff to put on my water bottle, and then I was like, well, you know, other people like them. I collect Pokemon cards, but I don't do crazy, like, I don't do scalping or anything. I don't go too crazy about, like, oh, I gotta get the drops or anything. There's a local game shop by me where I reserve stuff, and then we'll just buy, like, a trainer box, and then just see what I get. And then if there's, like, a chase card that I really want that's not super expensive, then I'll just get singles on eBay. But I haven't sold anything other than, like, duplicates. I'm not like, oh, I gotta play the card market or whatever. I like anime, I like manga, you know, those. What other hobbies? Entertainment, movies. I actually I do like movie nights with my friend, and we're trying to chug through some like a very long list of wacky animated movies. What did we watch last time? We watched Paprika. No. We did watch Paprika, but that was the week before. We watched we just did it. We watched Heavy Metal, which was funny. That one's I can't specifically recommend that one. What else did we watch before that? Because it auto-played Heavy Metal, and it was crazy. Oh, we watched Redline. That's what it was. We watched Redline, and that was phenomenal. Yes, Paprika was so good. So yeah, that's a hobby, I suppose, is like watching movies. I have such a long list of stuff that I need to see. But again, like, it all plays back into art. Like, somehow I want to watch the movies so then I have more exposure, so then I know what I want to do. I can use stuff for reference, or I can go, oh wow, that's neat, or just see the world in a different way. So I try and put all that together. I'm trying to think what other hobbies. I used to work out a lot, but I don't anymore. I need to get back into that habit. I used to play soccer. If that tells you anything. I wasn't a football kid, I was a soccer kid, so you can make whatever judgments you want about that. I've heard it all. I'm not afraid. I definitely draw inspiration from movies. I actually have I have 3 posters on my walls right now. I have Akira, I have the Cowboy Bebop movie, and Mob Psycho. Those are my 3 favorite animes, I would say. Soul Eater's in there, but I don't have a poster. I should get a Soul Eater poster. That's a good idea. Excuse me if you've mentioned this already, if I joined late, but what are you working on here? I'm working on more avatars for the next video for the social media sharing, and I'll use these in other videos in the future. I like using the character. I feel like I, as a person, don't talk for a camera very well. So I think I can perform better through my drawing. So I want to do that. So currently I'm making different expressive avatars that I can interchange based on the dialogue of whatever video I'm making. Working on the next video, basically. Yeah. Trying to think what other things I draw inspiration from the most. I don't know, just life. I'm working on a couple of different projects currently that have been taking a very long time. I was working at an actual job for the last couple of years, but I recently quit because I just couldn't. It was too much. And I was lucky enough to have the resources necessary to take some time and be unemployed, and so now I'm just kind of catching up on projects and looking to get more freelance stuff started. So that's why I started making the videos too. I was like, put myself out on social media and see if anybody, a producer perhaps, or whoever wants to see my stuff. But yeah, I've got projects I'm coming out with. Stay tuned for those. Got a bigger announcement coming at some point, but I need to flesh that out more before I actually feel comfortable telling everybody about it. Trying to think of other hobbies. I do a lot of tinkering, actually. I don't know if that makes... all my stuff kind of overlaps. I fix stuff up when it's broken. Like I bought an N64 and it worked for a minute, but the cartridges were having trouble reading, and then eventually it completely crapped out, and so I've been like tearing that apart and trying to weld it back together. Solder it back together. I fixed my headphones. Pretty much anything that comes from saving money in an artistic manner, that's a hobby of mine. I bought a 3D printer so I can make little bits for, like, I can make screws and stuff and fix stuff without having to buy anything. I bought a soldering kit so I don't have to buy a new whatever tech breaks. I fixed my headphones. I have like 5-year-old Beats that have just been chugging along that I keep replacing the ear pads and all the battery and stuff in. I modded a Game Boy, just stuff like that. I just like to play around and experiment with stuff, and whatever venue that is, either art or tech. I don't know. Let's see. planning on doing a work in progress drawing I'm currently doing, and I'm kind of focused on the anatomy as of now, still learning. Nice. Yeah, anatomy is probably I would say that's a very good way to start, and then you can abstract from there. I always encourage people to learn anatomy first. It is very difficult, but if you have one specific spot that you know that you struggle with, if you just keep working at it, I guarantee you will see improvements. And there are ways to like do exercises and stuff that'll help, but it always depends. I just know, like, recently I started working on anatomy specifically. I have a couple of anatomy books that I've been researching, and it was very helpful for me to recognize that, like, oh, I'm bad at arms, so I'm gonna just work on arms for a month, and I'm just gonna do like, oh, cool, here's the bicep, here's the tricep, forearm, all that, and just break down all the bits, and then create like shorthands for myself to then know what shapes I'm gonna do. Here, I'll just draw something real quick, and so like I just go, okay, here's a bicep, and here's a tricep, and then they connect here, and then here's the forearm, and they just, kind of intermingle, and that's just like a little shorthand type. I don't know, you've probably done some research yourself, but this is like a chain where they like connect like that. Anyway, so just coming up with shorthands for stuff, I found very helpful. As you can see, I kind of cranked those hands out pretty quick, which I used to be awful at hands. I took so much time to just focus on hands. In high school, my teacher was like, all right, you got to make a piece where you have like 12 hands in it. And I was like, okay. And it took me like months, but I got pretty good hands because I hated them, but then I got good because I just kept making them. So, very cool. Your commitment amazes me. I appreciate that. I am committed to this. I have been doing this before anybody was watching. That's that's the point. Is like I'm not doing this for views. I'm not doing this for like AdSense or anything. I truly am just like making stuff, and if people see it, that is a bonus, and I appreciate that. And that's not to discount people who are here. I really appreciate you being here and seeing it. And it is definitely encouraging to have people view it, but I would be doing this regardless, and I think that's the most important driving factor in the fact that I know that I am an artist. Like, there's so many times that I discount myself from like, well, I haven't like sold anything really. I'm not like I don't belong in a gallery, I could be doing something else more beneficial to society or whatever, but I'm just like, but I'm not happy in any of those places. I am happy when I do this, which is why I keep doing it. Like when I had a 9 to 5, I was still making art. Like I would come home and I would just keep making stuff, and I was like, it was my sanity. I couldn't not do it. There was an itch that I was like, I gotta make something or I'm gonna lose my mind. And then I realized that will to make stuff was more powerful than my will to buy expensive things with having a job. So I just decided that I'm just gonna chill. I'm not gonna spend any money, and I'm just gonna live for like a year and see what I can do making stuff. And so far in the first month, it's paid off. You guys found me, and here I am. Uh-oh, what happened in Discord? Oh, you posted your thing. Oh, we got people saying hi. Are these new people from the stream? Did you find me? Oh, nice. Oh, wow, it's really good. Oh, wow. Look at that shading. I see you working on the tendons of the muscles. I'm so bad at the tendons and such. I don't even bother with that. I truly just like, I recognize that it's under the skin and everything, but I usually just look at like specifics when I'm going for it. I never did the breakdown of like, here's where the bones are and all the, it's helpful, but I think the shorthand was very helpful for me specifically. Oh, cool. Thanks for joining the Discord. Alright, what was I doing? Sorry, I get distracted easily. Okay. You've been staring at me laughing for a while. Regular talk. Serious talk. I'm really happy with that mouth. Sometimes there's just shapes that you really nail, and they're like, oh yeah, I did it. I really like that mouth. Annoyed. That will come into play next video. If I didn't do it the last one, I don't remember. I was certainly annoyed this time. Just be aware. cross, frustrated just a bit. There's angry. That's gonna come up too. That'll be a point. And then a gentle gesture. But you saw that one. I don't know. I'm really happy with this model. I don't know. It's a good little representation. I think it captures my my style, my vibe. My avatar is a little similar. I never gave him clothes. I need to do that at some point. I would like to put him in this garb because that is literally this. I just wear that every day. I alternate, actually. I have 2 different jackets that I've been wearing. I started wearing a denim jacket because I have a bunch of pins. That's another thing I do. I make pins. And so I started making pins so that I could put them on my jacket, and then I was like, hell, I can sell those too. So, but it's mostly just to my friends, I'm not looking to make a monopoly on whatever. I recognize that, reach is not important, and that's certainly not any way that I'm going to be able to sustain my living. Sorry, I got distracted. I'm watching Sonic now. He's in the background. Okay. Let me look and see what else we got. What other poses I want to do? Oh, I want to do a point. Like an interjection, not this point, different point. I'll rename that. I'm glad the stream is actually working. I hadn't used OBS in a while, so I'm just gonna make sure I answered everybody's questions. Okay, cool. Cool. Saw the weekly exercise. I gotta tell you, I need to start working on drawing cats or animals. Yes, that was kind of, the implicit nature of it is that I had seen a couple of people mentioning that they wanted to work on animals versus humans versus, we actually don't have any people that I've seen that have been interested in, like, industrial design, like cars or anything, which, huge struggle of mine. I can't do a car for my life. But, people wanted to do different stuff, so I'm going to try and vary it out, and I want the weekly exercise to be a little bit more relaxed. You don't have to do like a painting. You can just do like doodles or whatever, just something to inspire your brain of like, oh, that's something that I don't really work well on. So even you just mentioning that's what I'm going for. I want you to pick up on those things and be like, oh yeah, I could do with a cat drawing now. I haven't done those in a while. Just something to keep it fresh. By the way, I saw make giant lion with zebra pattern and mohawk. Is there a bear in the room right now? Does it sound like there's a bear? Now I'm worried. Should I be checking for a bear? You're probably hearing my PC if that's what it's chugging along. I don't know what the problem is. There's something in one of my fans that I need to get a canned air to get that out of there, or is it my chair? Something's grumbling. It sounds like a bear. Yep. Bear with me. I got you. I got. You guys keep getting me. I keep getting get. Wire me 10K and I'll do it. Because it's going to take 2 years. Yeah. That would be a lot of research. I've never drawn a zebra. Or a lion. What is it? Zebra pattern and a mohawk. Alright. Let's do point. I shouldn't do the hair until I'm like... like a dork doing the point. That's alright. God, I wish I could do some kind of music. I don't know the rules on the YouTube. I would put some music on for you guys so we could chill. It's kind of empty. I'm just the sound of my voice, you know, just kind of grates on me. It is really hard to hear myself listen back to myself in recording voice lines. Just because I haven't done it in a while, and so I get self-conscious. This one's actually pretty clean. I might just use this as the regular and I'll just erase what I don't like. I am basically just tracing the other one, so it's not super impressive, but you know. No copyrighted music. I guess I could do like a lo-fi. Maybe I should just make I'll just make a lo-fi beat for myself and just put that in the background of all my streams. On like Audible, or not Audible, Audition or something. I always forget my shortcuts when I'm bouncing between projects. I've also got some stuff in Toon Boom. I'm working on animation, and I always get my different shortcuts mixed up because in Toon Boom, zooming in is 1 and 2, and on Photoshop it's Control plus and minus, and so I always do that and I mess it up. And then Toon Boom is also the parentheses, or the hyphens, or no, what are those? Parabolas are zooming in and out on Toon Boom, but then on Photoshop they increase and reduce brush size. So I'm constantly in a struggle of pressing the wrong button, and here we are. Alright, the eyes on this one are going to be what's important. What is the tone of the eye with the point? Is it like a... Actually, I changed my mind. We'll do a closed eye. It's kind of the vibe. Alright, we will redraw that one. Just clean it up. But I'm happy with that. I'm also always concerned that whatever you're looking at is not the same as what I'm looking at, and so it might have something that I'm working on that's off the canvas, and you just can't see what I'm working on, and it's jarring. God, I hit undo so much. The mechanical keyboard really emphasizes how many mistakes I make. Yeah, we'll do one eyebrow. God, I made my ears really big. They're a little big. Yeah, whatever. Also not too sacred about these. I kind of want them to be a little sketchy, you know. I'm not going to do like a full render, but yeah, that's good. Where we at? Tried your fix, which was restarting the driver, and it worked. I just had to unplug the tablet, close Photoshop, and restart the driver and plug everything back in. Wow, that is a lot of effort. Yeah, usually mine, there's actually a button on mine where I can pull up the driver reset, and it just pulls this. I don't know if it looks like this, but it pulls this up, and then you can just go to that, and then do restart driver. And that's usually, I just do that whenever my, sometimes my brush size isn't working, or sometimes my stylus will just like not be where my pen is on the screen, and it'll be like up onto the corner. So if I do a reset, that usually works. And because I used to just full reset my computer, and that also worked, but it was so much more time consuming and unnecessary once I found that fix. I don't even think anybody ever told me that. I was just like, there's gotta be a better way. And there was. Reinstall driver. Yeah, I don't know if that pulls up on everybody's, but luckily I have a nicer one that I've had for a while. It's not, my friend got a big one. That one's pretty freaking sick. I think mine's a 16-inch. Still big, like it's got a screen on it. I need it for my second display, but yeah, it's been a pain in my butt occasionally, but we've come to an agreement. It works for me when I ask nicely. We have an established correspondence. Should have got my knuckles right. Damn it. Before I started on that. I struggle with knuckles sometimes. I don't know what the issue is, but doing the shapes. Oh, my knuckle is up. That's why I'm a dingus. There's 4 fingers. I'm gonna make an AI hand. I don't like my fingers broken. Nope, it's the wrong way. There we go. Sometimes just starting the stroke at a different angle truly does, like, just because of the way that your hand is so used to moving in a certain way, sometimes just changing the starting point of a line helps you so much to drawing, like, in the same method that you would, just backwards. Like, if I start on this side, I draw the shape like that, but if I start on this side, I draw the shape almost exactly inverted, just because of my hand-eye coordination. My hand just works a certain way. I don't know if that works for everybody. It just seems to be something that I've picked up on, where I'm like, oh man, I can't draw that curve. Let me draw like an upside down C, and then I get it. I'm trying to add some tips and tricks in there, give you some flavor, so you know, keep it fresh, give you your money's worth. How does that feel? Let me look at my... It's another thing, whenever I'm drawing hands, I just look at my hand. If I'm like, oh, how does that work? Works like that. It's right there on my hand. I think my thumb's too far over. Look at it again. There we go. That's better. But now I gotta figure out where the fingers go. Gah! Just need to be in front. I've also started doing the 2 middle fingers laced together. You know, that as the index and the ring finger, and then my pointer finger separate over here. Because I've read a lot about the shorthand of it, and it does look good. Like, just, I don't know, I've never seen, with that little gap in there, I've never really seen a pose where it looks bad. So there's somebody smarter than me figured that out, and it looks great. Are your streams going to be mainly art, or will they be game streams? As much as I would love to just be a great video gamer, which I am, I will say that I am great at video games. I was the older brother, so I was the one who everybody came to and was like, I can't beat this, and then I was like, all right, give it. But I don't think this channel specifically is for that. I did have a gaming channel at one point, but you will not find it, I promise you. It is buried, and I very specifically never mentioned my name in the channel, so it's very funny. And if you find it, whatever, I don't care. It's fine. But I don't know. It depends. If there's a big enough demand for people to be like, hey, just play video games and stream and chat, whatever, I'm very capable of doing that. But for now, I want to keep it more art stuff, just because that's who's coming in. You know, everybody who's viewing me currently is art based on, you know, having seen that video. I don't want to mislead people and just be like, oh, but I just want to get famous and make games or whatever. But, you know, I would love to be able to stream every day, and I don't know that I can just sit down and make art every single day, like this. So I would like to just, you know, be able to do, if I could live on camera and just do my daily whatever, I would love to. Because, like, this morning I played a couple of games of Magic, and I was like, oh, you know, I just want to get those out of the way so I can get my dailies or whatever. So, you know, if enough people are like, hey, play video games, I'll be like, okay, I guess so. Why not? Because I'd love to. That'd be great. If I could just get some eyes and play games and hang out. And we'll see. Maybe I do, like, here's a little art today, here's a little gaming today, here's a little, you know. Or I make a separate channel and I do gaming, because I've seen that a lot. where there's, people who are like, oh, I specify in this, but I also have a gaming channel if you want to do one of those, like Smosh Gaming or, that type of stuff. I don't know. I'm not anywhere near that. We're not even close to broaching that gap. But we'll talk about it later. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, I need to do my circle. I wear the same clothes every day. I have the same hat on all the time, and it probably smells like hell. I need a wash. But it fits my head so well, sometimes there's just a magical piece of clothing that fits your body, and it was designed for you. And it's just like, this hat doesn't press on my ears. It fits on the top of my head. It's very small, but I have a small head, so it's not... Nobody has small heads. It's just me. I'm the only one with a small head, and so I wear this hat all the time because it's mine. Alright. Let me check the original. Oh, I gotta do the vest. I love this jacket, but it is like a silly design, objectively. It reminds me of the, that one's good. The Marty McFly jacket when he he goes to the future and he's wearing they're like, what's with the life preserver? Whatever. I don't know if you've seen Back to the Future, but I love that movie. Back to the Future 2 specifically, that one's my favorite. Alright. Yo, small heads rise up. That is me. Me for sure. My head is low-key built like Megamind. I've got friends with big heads, and they're like, oh, give me your hat. Ugh, it doesn't fit. Yeah, shocker. You got a big head and I got a small one. There was no way. The math. Fun size. Also, Back to the Future is funner. Back to the Future 2. Okay, I'm gonna take a slight deviation. Back to the Future 2 is my favorite, and not a lot of people like that one better than the first one. But my whole thing with Back to the Future 2 is I love the depiction of the future from the perspective of somebody in the past. They made that movie in 1985, and then they predicted 20 years, 30 years into the future what it would look like. And so now that we've gotten to that time period, we got past it, seeing what they thought 2015 would look like is the funniest thing to me, and I love that. They were like, oh man, we're gonna have flying cars, we're gonna have easy to make pizza, everybody's gonna be in a utopia, it's gonna be great, and now we've got this. So that's why I like Back to the Future 2. It's hilarious that they were so positive, they were so optimistic, they were like, oh my god, it's gonna be great. Yeah. Talking about Back to the Future, I did an assignment about movies, and I picked the first Back to the Future and The Matrix. Matrix is good too. I've only seen the first one. I haven't seen any of the other ones. I know somebody had said that in the Discord, if I had watched that. But, yeah. I should watch the second one, actually. It's probably on my list. I don't know. But, yeah, Matrix is good. I love Keanu. He's a cool guy. He paid, I don't know if anybody knows this, but he paid out of his own paycheck for that movie. He paid the VFX artists like a big bonus after the movie came out and was big. He was just like, you guys didn't get paid enough and you did all of the work. Like, I was on camera, sure, but you guys were working behind the scenes for months more than I was. And so he paid them money. Like, crazy good guy. Like, he truly is like the epitome of like a guy that should be famous. Like, that should be what we strive for, is to be that guy. He loves. It was you, of course. That makes sense. X, formerly Twitter. Yeah, X, formerly Twitter. We're gonna go ahead and just call it Twitter, because I don't like that fucking guy. I don't want to get into it. You know my stance on Twitter. You saw the video. Okay, let's color this. That's why my brush was bigger. I was doing this. What a goof. Although I apologize for all of my stims. I just say stuff. If I have it in my brain and it sounds like something I've heard before, I have to say it out loud. And that's just how it works. I quote SpongeBob so much. It's a problem. And my friends have realized that I have a really good plankton, so every once in a while they'll just make me whip that out for them, just on demand. They're just like, do Plankton. I'm like, fine, I'll do Plankton. Keanu's such a good actor. He's great. I don't know that he's a good actor per se, but he's a great person. I'll say that. He's good in certain roles, but I don't know that he has range. You know what I mean? He's great as John Wick because he doesn't have to talk. And that's not shade at Keanu. He has a very specific way of acting, and that's him. He was great. I liked him in Speed. I think he was pretty solid as the cop. Yeah, he was the cop. I wouldn't call him like a good actor. I don't know. That seems mean, but like, I don't think he would take offense to it. I think he recognizes that he is a typecast person, and that's fine. There's a reason he has so many movies. He's that guy. He's the guy. So. Oh, true. Cyberpunk is great, actually. I need to finish that. I need to watch. Did I finish? No, I didn't do the DLC. I never did. What is that called? No, not Cyber City. What is it? America, Liberty. That's what it is. Something Liberty. I have it in my whatever. I'm not gonna go look. Phantom Liberty. I got it in my brain. But yeah, I never finished doing that DLC. I played through the campaign and I finished one of the branches, and then I was kind of upset that it didn't let you do, like, it was a hard reset, which sucked. I wish it was like not New Game Plus necessarily, but just that it would mark that it was completed. Like, you literally you can't have a game that has 100% completion on every single path. Is my arm too big? I feel like that bicep is jacked. I'm not that jacked anymore. I'm gonna shrink that down. I kind of like the little gaps in here, the imperfections, but that's just me. Stream title said you'd be with a bear. I'm sorry. I have a little Darkrai plushie I can get. It's like a bear. He could kill you at any time. You won't be able to see him, but he is here with us in spirit. Here he is. I'll do a face reveal sometime. Are you Indian? No, I am not. I am American. I was born in the USA, unfortunately. I am from Ohio. The 5th worst state, I guess? I don't know. The meme is that it's the worst, but I don't know. It's okay. I live in the city. I'm fine. Phantom Liberty. Yes. Cyberpunk. Love from Germany. Oh my god, we have a German? We have a German fan? Awesome. Thank you. I have some German heritage, but not too far back, I don't think. When did we emigrate? I think we came over on Ellis Island, actually. Yeah, actually, I just went to Ireland and got the rest of my family heritage there, and that was really cool. Ireland was beautiful. And we did like a little tour of different places that our family member had been from. And then we actually met. I have a cousin who is a monk. He's like a third cousin, twice removed, or something. You know, one of those distant whatevers. But he's a monk, and he was very nice. And then another one who was a farmer. I don't know if it was potatoes, but something that had allowed them to stay there. I assume they had made some kind of differentiation than potatoes to survive the famine, but very cool. Hi, Nate. God, it's so cool to have a German fan. I didn't think I would do that. Hi, I just saw your most recent upload a few days back, and now your stream got recommended. Awesome! I am glad that the algorithm is working as intended, and that's kind of why I didn't want to do Twitch. I was worried that I would not have the audience following, you know? I don't think it would have reached people. Also, I could do dual streaming, but that costs money, and I don't have money to do that, so I can't subscribe to the OBS, Streamlabs, whatever the subscription is. But maybe in the future, I think that would be cool to have, just more reach. I don't know what Twitch's algorithm is like or what their policy is, if that would be so much more different than than YouTube that I wouldn't be able to do certain stuff. I do want to do like, I got to look up the policy on like figure drawing, because I do want to do figure drawings at some point for like tutorials or like guides and how I break down the body at some point. But I got to make sure that it's not technically considered nudity, and at the very least I can put the figure drawing pictures that I'm referencing on a different screen, and then draw that. And then, there's a blurry line when it comes to like what is considered nudity, and I don't want people to think that the lines that I'm drawing equate to pornography. It's a study. So I'm sure there's some policy on that, but I have to look into it. Anyway, I'm going to stick to YouTube. Hopefully the algorithm works the way that it did the first time, and it shows it to all the people that found me through that last video. So thank you for coming. I appreciate you being here, seeing that. Also from Germany. So there's two Germans? That's unheard of. That's interesting. I wonder if that has to do with the time that I posted the video that you got, like it got pushed to you. I don't know. That's cool. I'm glad you're here. I always like hearing where people are from, and that's like the best part of the internet, is that you can just like talk to anybody. And I could have fans in the Philippines and I wouldn't even know it. I don't know. It's cool. Actually from Ukraine, live in Germany nowadays. None of that matters. YouTube is very, very international. True. Very international. Love to Ukraine, by the way. Sorry about all the fucking shit that's going on, and I wish we could have stopped that, but our president is a piece of shit, and I'll say that out loud. I'm gonna get banned. Oh my god. Absolutely. Is Cobson a gem? I don't know what Cobson is. Who's Cobson? Hopefully you are still here and heard that. Opinion on Nick Fuentes. Bad guy. Bad Nazi. I'll say that. Don't really want to get into politics. This is an art stream, but, fuck that guy. You're Cobson. Are you... Wait, I thought you were Nate. What's happening? Are you trying to get me to say something so you can clip me out of context and have me say bad words? What's happening right now? I don't know a Nate Cobson. Oh, I was going to do the arm. That's what I was going to do. What was I at? 7? There we go. Is this 100%? What's happening? Why did that not... What am I seeing? Draft. That's what I'm seeing. There we go. Okay. What's the context behind the make a friend? Oh, when I was on Twitch, I was not getting any views, and so it was like my hook. I was like, surely one person will feel bad for me and stop in and draw with me. And it did work. I got somebody. I wish I could remember what their name was, and I'm sure I could probably go back into the logs of the. Hopefully, it would still have the stream recording. But I met somebody, and they were really cool, and I just didn't save their username, and I really should have, because they made a really cool animation, and we linked up and just shared each other's stuff, and I just didn't save it, and I feel bad because I don't know who they are, and now I would love for them to be able to see that I'm back, and they could join the Discord. That would be cool. So I did make a friend at some point. I do have a friend, at the very least, if you were worried. I know that says 0. That's just for today. I also don't know if that's going to connect, because I think that's through Twitch. So if people are subscribing and I don't know about it, I don't know if the subscribe counts as the same as a follow on Twitch. I don't know if it's linked, you know what I mean? But we'll find out. Sub, and we'll see. That's my plug. But it seems like most of the people here already are subs. Oh, that's on my line art. I don't want to draw here. There we go. There we go. Let's do white. I feel bad you guys are just stuck in the void with no sound at all. Let me put my... At the very least, you can listen to very gently Sonic in the background. Oh, you know what? That's what I should do. I should put on my... I have a NES. I can hook up my NES and I can have it play the title screen back and forth. That would probably get annoying, but it'd also be cool. I'm actually just here because you could... I don't know, just recommended the stream to me. And yeah, because I felt kind of sad for you. That's okay. I'm alright. I'm good. I'm in America. It's fine. I appreciate you chiming in and... oh, sorry. You were talking about the making a friend. No, I have a friend. I have friends. People are here. I appreciate it. I have 8 viewers. That's friends, right? The void is comfortable. Let me put on Sonic. I think that'll be cool. If it gets annoying, you can tell me and I'll turn it off. There's a reason I have all this cool stuff in the background. And I was going to do face reveal. Not face reveal. I don't care. I was going to do, like, showing my background, but I don't think it's set right. And I need to get, I was getting my electrical work rewired, and so I could actually stream up here, because I kept having, I had a heater in here, and it sucked all the energy out, and it would blow the fuse every, like, 10 minutes. So I could only have, like, one thing on at a time. So I had to get that figured out. Anyway, I got it fixed. So we'll start doing, like, face, whatever. I also feel... I don't know how you'd feel about having the drawing avatar in the one corner and the camera down here in this area. I don't know if that's taking up too much canvas space. I need to reconfigure my hand cam when. I have a tripod set up. Maybe Wednesday. That's a tune back in and find out type of thing. We'll see how you like the Sonic. I'm going to put the Sonic on. If you don't like the Sonic, I don't even know if it would get picked up. But we'll find out. Give me a sec. Got my Genesis. I said NES. I meant Genesis. Sorry. Genesis is on 3. Plugged in. What if we left that? Is that my output? This is my output. Here's my output. Here's my output. Oh my gosh. I'm dropping things. I set up my Genesis. It's all hooked up. Okay. There it is. God, that sounds so good. I see my mouth moving, so I think it's getting picked up. But if you don't hear it, I can turn it up or down. It's a little loud for me, actually. Phonemes are gonna go crazy, I know. It's alright, it's alright. It wasn't working very well anyway. Oh, that's a very short loop. Yeah, that's probably gonna get annoying. Yeah, that was a very fast loop. Oh, it's a different level. Oh, that's cool. Okay, now it's not bad. I've never just sat on the title screen of Sonic. God, it looks so good. I got a tiny little CRT in my on a little nightstand. Oh, it looks so good. I recently watched, I don't know if anybody follows Noodle on here, but Noodle had a video about how he was deciphering CRT versus digital, like redigitizing pixelated games that are intentionally played on newer hardware, and so it doesn't work the same as it used to. And so he showed the actual functionality of the CRT and how they would have to design pixel art for with the knowledge that it would be distorted on the CRT's output. And it looks so much better on a CRT, and they designed stuff, and it was so good. Yes, I love Noodle. Noodle's the best. That's the hat. Where is this? Is Sonic annoying? If it's too loud, I can turn it down. Or off. Who's the Noodle? Noodle is a subscriber, or not subscriber. He's a YouTube guy. He's a YouTube influencer, I guess is the term. But he does animations, and I think he's done tutorials. I don't know. I don't remember how I actually stumbled upon him. But he does video essays, and so he's done a lot of video essays on different ways that video games function. He did like racing, like he did just an entire breakdown of like every racing game. It was just like, these are the best racing games of all time across all platforms, and just like breaking down why it was cool. And he teaches me a lot about like the intricacies of gaming and animation, stuff like that, where you just get little bits, and it's like, I never noticed that, or I didn't think about that. It was just something that's such a small detail that I wouldn't have considered it. But his most recent video was very specifically about like how old games on a CRT TV worked, in that the tubes in the CRTs send out light, and that light gets distorted when it hits the screen, and it like blurs the edges of the pixels, and so it makes for certain effects that you cannot capture when you're displaying on an HD TV. And so the programmers back in the day had to just go back and forth and figure out how that was going to look. And they came up with some really cool effects. So like on Sonic specifically, there are instances where he goes behind a waterfall, and the waterfall pixels are spread just a little bit apart, and that gives an opacity to them so you can see Sonic through them. And on a CRT, it looks like the waterfall is passing in front of him, but on an HD TV, it just looks like lines that are passing past him, and so it looks so much worse. It's beautiful. There's an artistry to pixel art, and I wish I was good at pixel art. I would love nothing more than to be good at that, but I've never really taken the time to. And I also would want it to be on old stuff. Like I want to make pixel art for a CRT, because it's so cool. Now that I've seen the Noodle video and I recognize what goes into all of that, it seems so complicated, but it was a specific art form. Like, it was a medium that nobody else had tackled, and I don't know. I miss old stuff. It's so cool. Yes, the Need for Speed video. That one was, I did see that. That one was cool. And he talked about the adaptive soundtrack, where it would play songs louder when you were being pursued. It's really cool. Just adaptive sound as like a functionality. It's super fun. I don't know, he just teaches me about all kinds of functions of video games that I just wouldn't have considered, and probably didn't even notice. Like, I don't know that I ever played that game when I was younger, but I definitely would have noticed that. I also, because I will, there's a very specific instance of that is very similar. I don't know if anybody has ever played the SSX snowboarding video games. One of my favorite games of all time. But I recently went back and played them, and I noticed after that noodle video that they also have a type of adaptive sound quality where if you're in the flow state of doing tricks, the sound comes through clearly, and it makes it like incentivizes you to want to be doing tricks constantly to make the music help you with your flow state, and it just like amps you up, you know. And so I noticed that after his video. I was like, oh wow, I don't think as a kid I even recognized it, but it makes so much sense, and that's why I was trying to like chain all these tricks together. I was like, oh my god, it sounds amazing, and it feels like I'm in a music video, that type of stuff. So that's my example of like the equivalent for my generation. The game that I got that I didn't from that. Yeah, if I were to do pixel art, I would have to. There's somebody in our Discord actually who does, and it's beautiful. Let me find him actually. I was talking to him, and it was so good. But truly, I was just like, this guy needs to be in charge of the Discord. This is just not my channel anymore. Comcat. That just gave me flashbacks. Where'd he go? I believe it was social sharing. No. I don't know where he went. You know what? I'm gonna let him remain anonymous unless he says otherwise. I don't want to out him. But anyway, very cool. You can find him on the Discord. I'll say that, so I'm not putting it out to anybody who's not gonna be like cool about it, you know. But I was just so humbled. I was just like, that's so beautiful, and I couldn't even fathom, like, it would take so long. I kind of researched the process where you essentially create a fully rendered thing and then you break it down into the averages of pixels, but still, like, that, just that extra step, my brain wasn't on board. Also, this is like the first stream where I've ever had more than like 6 viewers. Oh, we're back down to 6 viewers. That's embarrassing. This is the first stream that I've had where I've had more than like 2 viewers. So if I'm being like all over the place, I apologize. I just want to, you know, make sure everybody feels included, and I'm covering all of the questions necessary. Yeah. Oh, I have the draft still on. That's why I was still struggling. What am I drawing over top of? What is happening? It's the other one. It's the other one. That's what it was. Layer management gets you sometimes. Put that background back on. I'm doing great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I believe the game is called Dead Cells, 2D game. It was animated using 3D models with a pixel filter. Yes, I have played Dead Cells. That is a good game. But that does explain stuff, because I don't know that I knew specifically that... Uh-oh, did I draw on the wrong layer? I drew on the wrong layer. Hold on. It's inevitable. It always happens. Whatever. Nothing important. Yeah. We'll just go ahead and get rid of that one. Fill in those gaps. Animations are smooth, graphics are pixelated. Yes, so I had played Dead Cells a little bit. I never really got into it because that was at the, like, huge... I just dropped my pen. That was at the huge kickoff of like all of the what are they called, Metroidvania, Souls-like, Soulsborns, whatever, and I had so many other ones on my plate that I just preferred. I think at that time I was playing Blasphemous. Pretty good, and I just like the theming better. Not anything against Dead Cells. But there was something interesting about the pixels, and I guess the fact that it's 3D makes sense. I guess it's just a higher frame rate than I'm used to seeing pixels at, and so that's probably what threw me off. Not that I don't care about frame rates or anything. It was just interesting. I was just like, wow, they put a lot of effort into that, which they still did. I'm not discounting the 3D to 2D. But, you know, it's a different method, and so I'm sure that did expedite their process and make it a little easier. Cave Story. No, I have not played Cave Story. I'm sorry. I don't even know if I've heard of that. It sounds vaguely familiar, but, you know, not familiar enough. Oops. Pixel art. I started off with pixel art, especially animation. I think it's so fun. Oh man, pixel animation is crazy. I think I would probably have to start with sprite art for animations. Like, I would have to have some animation that looped that would make it worth it for me, because, like, to animate something in pixels just off rip would be insane. Like, that would take so much time. So if I was going to do that, I would definitely want to, like, do some kind of game loop, just like an idle pose, or an attack or something. I actually was going to work on a project with some people, but that kind of fell through. There just wasn't enough interest. But I was willing to help out. I couldn't at that time. I was working a 9 to 5, and that sucked. I would have loved to, though. That I would love to work on a pixel art fighting game. That would be sick. Because I don't know that there are too many of those. It made me think of it. Felt very much like the original Street Fighter, in that it was pretty low poly. Not low poly, low pixel, I guess. Like we were doing 16 or 32-bit, something kind of low. Was the plan, but just didn't follow through, and that's okay. Doesn't happen. I'm still in the chat, so if they ever pick that back up, I would be willing to help out. It's hard to work on stuff and also need to make money. Like, you just can't dedicate yourself, because if something with money shows up, you got to kind of take that if you're not making money. So that's the hassle, is like, if I'm not really into this, I just can't dedicate to it, and it sucks. I wish I could, but I also have a hard time doing that if it's not my project, you know. I've worked on a couple other people's projects, but God, my clavicle is way up there. I need to adjust that. You know, sometimes stuff just doesn't happen, and it's okay. Where we at? I have no clue why Cave Story, from what I believe, was the father of Metroidvania games. Oh, okay. Interesting. I actually never got into Metroid. I never played the original. I don't think I have it on my SNES. No, NES, sorry. It was on the NES. But I did play Castlevania, and that shit's hard, dude. I can't even begin to describe to you how hard Castlevania is. I don't think I can get past, like, the second boss, just normal. But yeah, I do enjoy Metroidvanias now. What's it called? The bugs. The Hollow Knight. There it is, Hollow Knight. I never got to Silk Song. I played a little bit of it. I just never got back to it after having played. So I need to get back to that at some point, but not right now. I got too much on my plate. There we go. Get my trap in order. There we go. God, sorry, I'm juggling so many things. My brain gets distracted and then I can't actually just sit there and draw. And that's not to say you're distracting me. I enjoy the distraction. That's what this stream is for, is to just, you know, chill. We're making stuff. Why not? Silk Song, Clown No More. I like storyboards still. Storyboards are great. I'm working on an animatic actually, and so I've gotten more used to using storyboard as like a way of laying stuff out. And I still need to work on it, but it's I actually found that I really like Storyboard as a program, Storyboard Pro. It's really helpful for organizing stuff, and honestly, it's pretty solid for animating. It has a better organization than like a Premiere or not a Premiere, After Effects, in my opinion. It's not for tweening or anything. It's very specifically for drawing, in my experience anyway. But the way that you time stuff out and having like the time shot clock is very helpful to me specifically. Yeah. That is bothering me. Just get that. Yeah. Oh, didn't do the hands. I was like, oh, I'm done. No such luck. Alright, where are we at? Yeah, I need to get back into Soul Song. Later. I really like the mechanics as far as I got. I feel like I beat like 2 bosses maybe. But it's good. And Hollow Knight was fantastic, like phenomenal. I chugged through that and I did the arena, and then I got to the last boss and I was like, man, I don't want it to be over. And then I dropped it for like 3 years, and then I came back and I was like, that final boss was easy based on me having done everything else. And I beat Zote like 9 times and I didn't get to the last completion, or there was I hated Zote, but that was where I trained in the crucible of Zote. So the final boss was nothing. Start studying game design end of the year. Awesome. Dream game would be a 2D platformer like Super Meat Boy. That's such a good game. Yeah, that's so fun. Oh, man, didn't they? I feel like they just released a new version, Edmund McMillan, where you could do. I don't know if that was in the original, but you could do like level design and stuff. I think it was like Super Meat Boy World or something, and they just added more levels and stuff and just optimized it. It was essentially a remaster as far as I remember, but I could be wrong. And I say recently as in like last 5 years, not like, months. Nope. God, my fingers keep slipping. I keep pressing buttons when I don't mean to. Can you guys hear Sonic in the background? Because if not, I'm probably going to turn it off. Just because, it's kind of grinding on me, so if it's grinding on you, I'll just turn it off. It's not actually grinding on me. I love Sonic. I can listen to the Sonic soundtrack all day. It's so good. It's just so clean. It's Sonic. I love him. He's so cute. He's a little guy. The original designs are so clean too. You do hear it? Okay, cool. Is it too loud? Is it okay? Okay, cool. Oh, that was something else I was gonna say in the line of sprite work is that I recently, with the Sonic research, I'm into it. I recently started playing Sonic Advance, and then I found out that Sonic Advance 2 had a Chow Garden that you could unlock. Sonic Advance 1 has Chow Garden off rip. Sonic Advance 2 has a Chow Garden that you could unlock, but you had to 100% it, and so I was like, easy, bet. That took a while, but I did get that done, and now my impetus of that was that I was going to replay Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, and I wanted to actually like be able to bring the Chow with me wherever I go, like a little, Neopet, not a Neopet, what's the word? Tamagotchi, there it is. Use it like a Tamagotchi, and I thought that would be fun, but now I'm busy, so I haven't actually started playing Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. I mean, I beat it in the past, don't worry, but I just wanted to 100% it, and I never did that as a kid. Okay, how are we feeling? That's pretty good. Yeah, that fits. Okay, cool. Alright. let's get this one done. I don't know if there's too many other... I feel like I want a deep inhale, like a, hands in front of the face. What are your specs? I built the PC, first of all. I don't know all the parts that I have. I have like a Ryzen, I think, motherboard. Or no, Ryzen processor? No, Intel processor, Ryzen motherboard. I've got some SSDs in there. I was super lucky. I don't know how I managed, just subliminal messaging. Something got to me where I bought RAM like right before all of the AI shit, right before the prices exploded. So I got RAM for like, I got two new, I think it was 64 gig sticks for like $200. And now they're like 1,000. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I got in really, really well. How long have you been streaming for? Like today, I've been streaming for an hour and a half, but in general, this is the first one that I've done in a while. The last time was probably 2021, I think, on Twitch, and I just didn't, I don't know, that was, very specifically, I started streaming because I was like, well, I'm not doing anything else, and it would be a good way to consistently put stuff up, but I wasn't consistent enough with it, and it never really took off. But I also used it as a motivator. I was like, if people are watching, then I'll be more inclined to actually work on stuff that I should be working on. There were just projects that I was putting off until the last minute, and I just, I thought that it would inspire me to work, and it did. I got a lot done. I was chugging along with Pikachu, breakdancing Pikachu up there in the top left. That took a year, I want to say. But that was also, I was working on a couple different things. But, like, the dancing didn't take nearly as long as the coloring. For whatever reason, my brain cannot just sit and color stuff. I am just an animator at heart, and I can't... My thing is that I really like making stuff move well. Like, I want it to be clean, and I want it to flow, and I want to be able to decipher different ways of coming up with shorthand, different ways of making stuff look like it's doing something that it's not specifically, like, smear frames, stuff like that. I need to get better at, like, impact frames, that stuff. I need to get better at studying those specifically and experimenting. I need to play around a little more. But, so I was done with the animation for so long, and the thing that was holding me back was the coloring, for whatever reason. And it kind of upset me because Toon Boom uses vector, and so in theory it should have been super easy. I should have been able to just fill with a paint bucket. But the way that I draw, I don't do fully clean lines, and so, like, just going in and getting the nitty-gritty, I feel like it's not super necessary. However, I understand why people do it, because it makes it super easy to fill with a paint bucket. And so, the autofill on Toon Boom is not amazing, and so I had to hand paint all of it, and it got tedious, and it's just not what my brain likes doing. So, I took a really long time to finish that for no reason. And then I got into it. I keep doing this with projects where I'll start a project and it's just like, initially it was just Pikachu breakdancing, and then I was like, well, now I want to put a story in there, and I want to add a story. And so I have like an entire extra 30, 40 seconds of this like little short story building up to this breakdancing, and then a little bit after, and I just haven't finished it. It's just sitting on my hard drive, and I need to do that. So that's one of the projects that I'm going to try and finish up here, hopefully in the next month or two, because I've got a couple other things. But yeah, I just had a bad habit of not finishing stuff, and so when I started streaming, I finished it. I got it done, and at the very least, the breakdancing. I didn't finish the whole story, but it was motivating, and so having people here, watching, holding me accountable to the things that I'm saying that I'm going to do, is very helpful to my brain for some reason. I just need to be the type of person who gets told to do something and then I do it. So now I have to, being self-employed, monitoring myself, I'm my own boss, I have to hold myself accountable, and it's really hard for me to be like, yeah, you need to do that. I like to give myself the easiest time, and I probably shouldn't. I should be a little bit harder on myself and just be like, knuckle down, do it, get it done. Anyway, that's long story short. I've been streaming currently for an hour and a half. Overall, I've streamed for like a year, like 5 years ago, and then I stopped. So now we're going to try and start it back up. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3 o'clock. Tune back in. 3 p.m., sorry. Eastern Standard Time. Did 2D animations. We made rig sprites and then animated them. Coloring was easy. Rigging, on the other hand, was hard. Yes, rigging... Do you remember the program? Because I'm trying to think of... I use Toon Boom. I'll show you what that looks like if that rings any bells. This is the interface for Toon Boom, if that seems familiar to you. I'm trying to think of another one. There's After Effects, which I really don't like, that I used in college. I was forced to use it, and it was just not good. That is very rigging heavy and tweening, which I really don't like tweening personally. If I can avoid it, I'd love to hand draw every frame, if possible. But I also understand doing it with like the camera and camera moves and stuff, just for the sake of saving some time. You don't have to redraw something in a different position 2 inches to the left, you know. But I prefer not tweening. I'm trying to think about other programs with rigging in them. There's Animate, which just got shut down by Adobe. Thanks, Adobe. Everyone say thank you, Adobe. Yeah, Adobe just cut Animate, which apparently they're keeping it so that you can use it offline if you had bought it or you have a subscription or something. But they won't be like monitoring the forums. They won't be updating it anymore. So they killed it. And before that it was Flash, but they killed that too. So Adobe has a bad habit of just not caring about the people who buy their stuff, and it's really annoying. So I try not to pay for it when I can. Not encouraging anything specifically, but yar is what I'll say. Yo ho and such. Shiver me timbers. Throw 'em in the brig. What do you do with a drunken sailor? Type shit, you know? Alright, I like that point. That fits really well. I did the hand. If buying isn't owning, piracy isn't theft. That's a pretty, you know, whatever. Oh, Moho. Moho. Somebody was just telling me about that. It might have been you in the Discord. Yeah, Moho I've seen recently popping off because they have a similar community to Blender where it's like, I don't think open source is the right term, but very community driven and managed. There's a lot of like tips and tricks, and the forums are actually monitored by people who care to help other people instead of like fighting tooth and nail to get Toon Boom to respond to you when you have a problem and there's been a bug that for 7 years they haven't addressed, and you know, all the forums go unanswered. So people have been doing Moho, and I think the biggest proponent is Cass Vandepol, and he does all the like short, like not this is basically is it so basically Mario? Something like that, where it's just a short summary of the movie or the game, and then he's got a very expressive and dynamic, very recognizable style, and he started using Moho, and it really optimized his workflow because he makes rigs, and he probably has just like a base rig that they then edit into, and then just fit whatever characters into that mesh. And so it seems like it's super viable, especially considering he's like the biggest animator and he can pump them out like once a month, even faster sometimes, I feel like. So if you're into rigging and 2D, like if you're trying to put out a bunch of 2D animation, it seems like it is pretty viable. Me personally, I don't like rigging. Again, I don't like the tweening. However, I will say that he does make it look hand-drawn. Like for the longest time, I just assumed that it was all hand-drawn, and I was like, holy cow, he must have a pretty impressive team that they can just keep pumping these out. But apparently, not that they're not impressive, but apparently they're using tweening, and I didn't even recognize it. So that does kind of solve the issue of like just super recognizable, not super dynamic tweening, because he gets dynamic stuff. Anyway, that's my thoughts on it. I think it seems good, and I might even learn it at some point, especially if it becomes an industry standard, and hopefully it does, because, again, I like the way that Blender functions in that it is community-driven and it's open source, and, well, I don't know. Again, I don't know if that's the right term, but I love the Blender community. It's super cool. And that it's free, and they're just like, hey, if you can chip in, great. If you can't, great. You know? And it is very slowly becoming an industry standard. Like, it is surpassing Maya as far as I'm aware. I know a lot of people who use Blender and not a lot of people who still use Maya. I feel like Maya is more industrial type stuff. So, anyway, hopefully Moho takes off, and hopefully that they don't do anything sketchy. You know, once somebody gets big as a corporation, then they start paywalling stuff and taking advantage of the hostage audience that they've garnered. So, yeah. I'll let you sit on that and send in some questions. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Uh-oh. We lost me. I'm back. Connect, darn you. Live, darn you. Kia! Kia! Hello? Connect. Please? Please? There it is. Jesus. Okay. Where are we at? Adobe, Moho, buying soft never was an option, at least not in my country. Only until the stream. Maybe Xbox or PlayStation. Guess who's back? It's me. Uh-oh. We lost everybody. I was gone for like 2 minutes. It was a long pee, I will say. I've been drinking. I got a new water bottle for Christmas, and it's enormous, and so I've been drinking water healthfully. Probably too much. let's get weight honed in. I think I'm gonna have to, I'll probably redraw that, but I do like the general idea. It would be really funny if I made this like hyper realistic and it was just like out of nowhere in your face. Oh, that's something else I wanted to do, was like a deep inhale shrug. Do the Freerin looking up neck pose. We'll work on that. That's more interesting to me right now. And it should be easy enough to just go between the shrugs. I'll just move the shoulders a little bit. All right, we're back. We're back up. We doubled our viewers to 4. I don't think I ever initially tested on YouTube about, I think I only ever did Twitch for streaming. YouTube, I think I have one YouTube VOD of like, I did a pack opening of Pokemon cards one time, and I got the card that I wanted, and it was so big. I was so glad that I was streaming when I did, because I got the card that I wanted, and it was awesome. It felt awesome. And I still have that card on display on my desk. It's my favorite. But that's the only stream I've ever done on YouTube. Oh, I need to drop the opacity. There we go. How do I want to be? I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna do the pose. What card is it? It is Cerulege from. Oh, I don't remember the pack it was from. I want to say. Let me look. Oh, that's right. It wasn't from a trainer box. I splurged and I bought a big booster box of like 32 Surging Sparks. It was Cerulege from Surging Sparks. And it's just so fucking sick. It's just a full art. It's not worth much. It's like a $20 card, I think. But it's gorgeous. To me, anyway. Cerulege is like one of my new favorite Pokemon. Probably it's still up there, like top 5 for sure. All time. And I know people are like, well, it's just Mega Man. Yeah, Mega Man's cool, dude. He's got a cool design. I don't know what to tell you. And this one's got swords built into his arms. Are you kidding me? So, yeah, it's sick. And I was so happy I pulled it. Cerulege. I'm going to look it up so you can see. Open image, a new tab. Here we go. Bam! It's so fucking sick, dude. Oh, I put it away. Hold on. Where am I? There we go. It's so cool. Like, just, oh, man. And it's hollow foil. Like, it looks like a rainbow. He's so sick. That's my prize card. It's not even the best card, I say best card. It's not the most expensive card that I own, but it is my personal favorite. I also have like a cheaper Cerulege in the back of my phone. I've got like a clear phone case, and I just put a Cerulege in there that I had laying around because he's my favorite right now. What's your favorite Pokemon? Cerulege. He is cool. He's cool. I don't know what to say. People are like, but he's just a he's a Mega Man. No, he's cool. He's cool. Mega Man's cool. He's just so posable. I love that he's got an ambient flame on him. That's one thing that I don't like, because another one that I like is Typhlosion. I think I'm big on fire Pokemon. I think I did a thing where I like organized all of my favorites, and I was just like, yeah, I'm a fire type trainer. Oh no, I'm a dark type trainer. Fire is my second. I love fire types, but Typhlosion is my my go-to. He's my favorite starter, I think, out of all of them. And something I hate about Typhlosion in the new games is that they don't ever have the fire just ambiently out. I wish it was like a low burn at all times, but it only comes out when he's making an attack in some of the games. They're just bad with their 3D sprites. I need them to go back to 2D or really figure out what they're doing with the 3D. But they just their 3D models don't have as much character as the like. Some of the poses from the original Pokemon are nuts, dude. I don't know if anybody's seen Nidoking. Nidoking in the original game, his model is amazing. Like, just let me. You know what? I'm just gonna go find it. I'm gonna go find it. Because Nidoking is like a beast, and then they. Let me see if I can find a side by side actually, because I've seen that before where people are like, we went from here to here. It's bad. It's ass. Which is why I don't like 3D stuff, because it usually tends to be just like quick and easy. I say quick and easy. Modeling is hard. Rigging is hard. I understand that. But the sprites have so much energy. Oh my god, they look so good. The poses. Anyway, let me look it up. Oh, it's this one. Yes, this one, dude. This one is nutty. Oh, that one's sick too. That might just be fan art, but that's a good fan art. Anyway, the main point being, so sick. Let me find it and pull it up. Copy link. Open link. Here we go. No, not the link. I need the image. Open image in new tab. There we go. There it is. Look at him. He's a beast, dude. He's a monster. He's a pocket monster. I don't know what to call him other than that. Look at him. But then, let's do the 3D model from Pokemon Go. You know what? I'm gonna be mean. I'm gonna compare it to Pokemon Go, the worst version of Pokemon. Oh, 3D Pokemon Go. You're gonna lie to me and say that this looks good? This is good enough? You're gonna say this guy is just as good as that guy? Yeah? No. Wrong. Bad opinion. No. 3D models are bad. This guy, look at, oh my god, he's gonna eat you! Gah! Whereas this guy's like, I could walk around him I could just go to the other side of the sidewalk. I could probably pass him on the sidewalk, but if he's posted up and he's got his arms out, I might have to go to the other side of the street. But like this one, this one's gonna eat me. I'm gonna die. If he sees me, I'm dead. If he sees me, I'm gone. I'm just deceased. But the other one looks like a teddy bear, like in comparison. I understand the other one's T-posing, but like still. Point is, look at all these spikes. He looks like he's a poison Pokemon. He looks like a poison type. He's got all these spines on him. You do not want to touch him. Or let him touch you. Is my point. Anyway. That's my rant. Welcome to the TED Talk. That's cool Pokemon. Tough question. Couldn't choose between Butterfree and Gengar. That's interesting. I don't know. Those are so diametrically opposed. A Butterfree and a Gengar. They're good Pokemon, don't get me wrong. That's not me dissing those choices. Because Butterfree's just so cute. Gengar's cute too. Don't get me wrong. I personally think Gengar is a cutie patootie. He's got a bow on his head in one of the anime shorts that they did. Amazing. Yeah, Gengar's awesome. Those are good choices, especially from the originals. That's, those are peak choices. I don't know what Pokemon is my fave. I want to try to do some fan art of some Pokemon. Oh, yeah. Can we see the bear? The bear is going to be here on Wednesday. I did say bear with me. The bear is here. I just don't have a camera to show the bear. I do have a camera to show the bear, but I'm not going to. I'm going to do that on Wednesday. So if you want to see the bear, you're going to have to bear with me on Wednesday. Drop them on Discord. Nidoking is cool. Nidoking is great. Honestly, every single Pokemon from the original is cool. I will die on that hill. Even Magnemite as a concept is cool. I know that's the one that people are like, it's a magnet. It's cool. They're cute. And the story of them like linking together to evolve, cute. It's cute. It's a good idea. They were working about it. It's very specifically about these guys who were just like, let's do what monsters are around us? And they just walked around Tokyo and were just like, yeah, these are Pokemon. This industrial area has industrial Pokemon. There's a magnet in there, and they all join. It's adorable. It's great. I love Magnemite. Anyway, I don't think there's a bad Pokemon from Gen 1 besides Mr. Mime, just because it's a guy, and you really shouldn't put him in a Pokeball. Anyway. 3D Nidoking is a horned koala. I agree with you. He looks so not intimidating. Now, koalas are kind of vicious a little bit when they're not zonked out of their minds for the other 23 hours of the day, but Nidoking is sick, and he does look like a koala. Let me look at the Discord. I'm going to see what you posted. Let me see your Pokemon art. Let me check them out. Skibbity Riz. Skibbity Ohio. What do we got? Oh, dude, these are great. Kyogre, and I'm not super familiar with all of the newer Pokemon, so I'm sure this is one that I just don't recognize, but maybe it's Charizard in a certain style, maybe. Very cool, though. Or were you, like, designing Pokemon? These might just be new. No, that's Yveltal. Yveltal? Is that the right way to say that? I don't fucking know. Oh, those are cool. Are these in the showcase? Yeah. Those are going in the... That's a starboard upvote. For sure. Those are great. I'll bear with you. Alright, I'll see you on Wednesday. See you on Wednesday. Gengar is sick. Fat Cat. Butterfree, I remember an episode of the anime making me cry. Oh, yes. Is it Flyaway Butterfree? Flyaway Butterfree? I actually don't remember. I watched Pokemon as a kid, but I didn't pay attention to all of, like, the story. I didn't follow the story. I didn't watch it episodic. It was just whenever it was on, I would watch. So I might have missed that episode. But I do know what you're talking about. That's the episode that people remember from childhood, scarring them because it was so sad. But yeah, Butterfree's a cute one. I'm trying to think, what are my other favorites? And also my gripes with Pokemon. So Typhlosion, I love him, and I wish they would not do him so dirty. I wish he was better about the fire being more present with him. At the very least, have smoke come out of his back while he's just kind of ambient. Because his whole thing is that he, like... I think he got a specific move to himself that, like, no other fire Pokemon had for a while. I think it's called, like... I don't know if it's Incinerate or... Eruption, maybe? One of them was, like, exclusive to Typhlosion for the longest time, and it was so sick. And the whole thing being that he's just, like, this uncontrollable fire-raging machine. He's, like, the definition of a glass cannon. He's just speedy and built for special attack, and he's so good. He's so good. But they did him dirty with his model, and it sucks. I love Typhlosion. Who's another one? Darkrai. Darkrai's my favorite, I think, of all time. I really love his design. I really got into Platinum. And so I remember I had an action replay because I missed the event, and so I had to spoof it. Actually, I think I just walked to the island with a wall hack, and I caught Darkrai, and it was so cool just figuring out how to do all that, and his design, and all of his moves, and his arena ability, where it damages people who are asleep every turn. It's just, he's so thematically amazing, just design and moves. I just like the strategy around him, too. But then they did him dirty with the Mega. The Mega is ass. The Mega's so bad. I tried doing Lugia box legendaries from Pokemon Black and XY. Oh, okay. Lugia. Sorry. No, not anything about your artistic abilities, but whatever I was seeing was not what I was looking at. They're great. I love the line work you got going. Bear with me. We gotta do a weekly challenge with bears. All right, we'll do bears at some point. This week's cats. If you like cats, I need to work on my cat this week. Gotta find a time to make a cat. What else? Oh, the new Darkrai Mega is ass. It's so bad. It would have been fine if they didn't make his head poke out of the middle. That's just so dumb. It looks bad, and it undoes the idea of them having done like a what are those called? Eldritch Horror. They were trying to go for like an Eldritch Horror, an upgrade from him being a nightmare to an Eldritch Horror, and he's just like this imperceivable mist. And it would look amazing in 2D, might I add. It would look phenomenal if he was a sprite. I'm gonna say that. But they made him 3D, and so there's just like hard edges to this in theory amorphous being who defies all logic and reasoning. Eldritch Horror, the whole point. And then his head pokes out of the little butthole in the middle, and it looks like trash. Anyway, I'm gonna stop ranting and start drawing. Got me all fired up. Oh, I was gonna stand up and actually do the pose that I was thinking I was gonna do for the thing. Let me see. How am I gonna? Yeah. I'm gonna do like a prayer hands, like a prayer hands. Would it be better if they just gave Darkrai's Mega legs like they did with Starmie? Okay. Let me actually think about that. What would piss me off more? Because I will be honest with you, a lot of people don't like Darkrai, the original Darkrai with legs. How those little stems just kind of poke out. I love it. I think it's hilarious. It reminds me of Lord Death from Soul Eater, where he like takes on his serious mode. And there's just something so funny about the fact that he does have legs and he retracts them. And they just kind of extend down and then back up very quickly. Because it makes him so menacing. You're just like, what else does he have that could just pop out at any point and just like, bam, you know? And he's got long little stems. They're so funny. So I do like the Darkrai legs from the original. Which is to a detriment for Starmie, because I think that if they were to do it with Darkrai and just give him those legs permanently on the original sprite work, I would love that as a Mega. That it's just the legs that come out. Hilarious. Whereas Starmie is just taller, and that's it. That does bother me. Although, I do love the art that people have made about Starmie looking like Patrick from the SpongeBob movie, where he's got the long legs and the fishnets. Hilarious. Golden, in fact. So, personally, I think Darkrai with just legs as a Mega, hilarious. Starmie, not so great. Do you have a running list of all the poses you want, or are you winging them based on your script? I'm going based on the script of what I want to say and kind of the atmosphere behind each of the comments that I'm making. And I covered basic poses for most of the stuff. It'll just be me chatting and, you know, whatever. So I'm kind of just going based off of vibes, and that's kind of how my whole life has been. I just go off of vibes. I'm just like, vibes are off. I'm not here anymore. I'm going home. No, for this, I'm very specifically just looking at the script and like what the cadence is gonna be like when I've done it. And the way that I write the scripts too is like I'll add not asymptotes, asterisks about like you know, nod to this, or you know, almost like stage direction to myself, so that I don't forget like gags and stuff that I want to put in. If I think of something funny, I just kind of add it, and that, you know, sometimes it doesn't make the cut, but for the most part, I want to hit those gags, and so for those gags, I kind of have to have specific poses, and so I just have one where I have like a deep sigh, and so that's what I'm gonna do with this one, and that's all it is. That's my process, is that I wing it, and I go, yeah, it looks good, and I'm gonna go. I used to be so sacred about stuff, and I just got to the point where I was like, it doesn't fucking matter, just make something, and you know, people will or won't like it. That's just how it works. As long as I like it, I think these are pretty solid. That's how I roll, we'll say. I think most of the new megas are for the memes. Yeah, absolutely. Some of those. Scrafty is a problem. That, I will say that. Mega Scrafty, problem. I don't know how they didn't see that. I don't know where the white came from, but that's pretty messed up. I don't know why they didn't make him like a superhero, because I do know in the anime there's a Scrafty that like pulls a hood over his head, but he's got a mask, you know, he's got a superhero mask, and not a clan hood, so yeah, that's a problem, which is also a problem for me, because I love Scrafty. He's got a cool design, and they ruined him, and now I can't support him without looking like a white nationalist. By the way, is that Nick Fuentes guy here still? Because I know he's not Nick Fuentes. The supporter of Nick Fuentes? Because that was weird. I don't know why he mentioned that. Because his favorite Pokemon is probably Mega Scrafty. Sorry, I'm gonna be a little more loose. I probably shouldn't have gotten so detailed with the face, but I did. And here we are. And I'll just redraw it, and that's fine. Are those elbows too long? No, those elbows are fine. Again, these are not, I'm not super sacred about these poses. They're only going to be on screen for like 3 seconds, and you know, some people might pause and break it down and be like, it's not very good, and that's fine. That's your opinion. I don't know why I drew another arm. He doesn't have that. Somewhere else. I think most of the new Mega white is like a lizard shedding its old skin. Yeah, but the optics of it, I get the concept, but like the optics are rough, you know? That it's a hood, that it's on his head, you know? I get what they were going for. I do. But like they didn't care about that when they were going from Scrafty to Scraggy, or no, sorry, Scraggy to Scrafty. They weren't like, oh, we need to make him white. They actually made him darker, which makes it look like a fresh skin. I'm pretty sure that animals, when they shed their skin, are darker afterwards because there's like a film, and it's just like, you know, when you saturate something with fluid, it usually gets darker. So I get what they were going for, but like Hood was a mistake. Maybe like mask or cape, or, you know, me personally. Need to make these longer. Yeah, that's pretty good. They made him go into his emo phase from his punk phase. Yeah. I don't know if that's the traditional... For me, anyway. My journey was not punk to emo. Mine was emo to not emo, to punk. And here I am, I'm punk. I have so many pins. When did I end up? I ignored my draft layer entirely. I made a circle. Something off about my head. Maybe the hair? I feel like my eyes need to be closer together too. Bigger. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Sorry, I'm vibing a Sonic. For tonight. It was fun to stick around. Y'all have a good day. You as well. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see you on Wednesday, hopefully, or Friday. Any Wednesday or Friday, or Monday, 3 p.m. go to sleep. Have a good day. Thank you. You as well. Have a good sleep. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate all of your love and support. Back down to 2. Who we got? Who we got? Who's still hanging on? Could be bots. Could be bots. I made a friend. It worked. Oh my god. It worked. I don't know if everybody was here to see that, but it worked. I didn't notice that. Hopefully that didn't happen when somebody left. I made a friend. It popped off. I'm so excited. Thank you, friend. And if you're gone, sorry I missed that. I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at a different chat. This chat, just on a different window. It wasn't the OBS. That was a crazy sound. Oh, that's something else I need to do. I need to make, like, custom animations and emotes on here. What's up? Was that you? Were you my friend that activated my make a friend? Because I apologize if you are, because I didn't react to it the way I should have. I don't know when that happened, so. I still feel like my head needs to be bigger. No. No, what's happening? What's happening? Okay. I'm just saying I was here. Okay, cool. Just making sure. I don't know who that was, but I feel bad that I didn't react the way I should have. What was I going to say? I was going to say something if somebody was still here. Oh, I was going to ask about... I want to be mean in the next video, but not super mean. I'm not going to be mean to people. I'm going to be mean to somebody who commented about... They're being snarky, and I just wanted to react in an appropriate way, and I didn't want to come off as a jerk in general. I don't think I am, but you know, sometimes you just gotta stand up for yourself. You know, you gotta put it back out there. Can't just let people walk all over you. And I get tired of seeing bad comments on other people's stuff, and just like you just kind of gotta live with it. Like I don't like that there's just mean people in other communities that don't just get backlash, and I don't want people to go harass this person in the comments. Don't fight for me. I got it. But I was just gonna run it past somebody to see if it seems too brutal, I guess. I censored who they are, and I didn't say anything uncouth specifically. I just wanted to see if that feels appropriate, I guess. It's not so mean that it really deserves this much love and attention. It's just something I wanted to add in as like a goof, because the comment specifically was about like not getting views. So I just kind of wanted to like neener about it, but I do want a second opinion, not specifically just from a couple of people, so I'll think about it anyway. Because I don't know how mean I want to be. You know, I don't want to foster some community of people who are like, yeah, be mean, get them, kill them, whatever. I don't want to do that. But I do still think it's kind of shitty to just be like, in somebody else's thing. Does this feel better size? Let me see. Yeah, I think that's good for chin down. That's pretty solid. Sounds like a hater to me. Excuse my lag and I'm behind. Oh, no, you're good. Yeah, for sure. I think they were actually just a troll. Like, I don't even know if they watched the full thing. Although the comment was based on pretty deep into the video. Like, probably like a minute or two into the video. So they watched some of it. They were trying to learn something, but, you know. And that's the other thing is, like, I don't know how much attention I want to give it. I don't want to become the guy who, like, shit, what'd I do? Who, like, cracks down on people, you know, just for people to, like, farm attention or whatever. That's my query is like, do I even bother, you know? Because doesn't bother me. It's just something that, like, is it too mean to actually point it out in specific? My other thing was like, was it even mean, or am I reading too much into it? Anyway. Oh, you're good. Sorry, hopefully, it could be on my end. I don't even know what my bitrate is. I feel like I have my settings pretty low for the sake of, like, upkeeping stream. Like, I don't have anything that, like, it's gonna stream at the highest quality at all times. I feel like I have it set so that if it needs to, it can bit crush. Did that go through on the mic? I just cracked my neck. Sure, I understand. I don't think it's mean at all. As long as it's brief, it wouldn't come. Okay, let me just show you the comment. You get a sneak peek. You get a sneak peek. Just you alone, get a sneak peek about what my concern is. Find it. I censored them, so I feel comfortable in showing this here. And you know, if anybody finds this VOD, or you know, I just get an uptick of people coming in, don't go harass. Don't seek out this comment. Don't, you know. Obviously, this is for a goof. It's for a gaff. I'm not bothered. They can do whatever they want. It's fine. You heard the crack. That's crazy. Yeah, that was a loud neck. Okay. So I got this, and I was just like, am I reading too far into it? Why is that so small? Am I reading too far into it? Or is my reaction appropriate to single them out and be like, haha, you know? I have very specific opinions about Twitter. Let's lead with that. Oh, what's up? Now we get, somebody else gets a sneak peek. Sneak peek. I have a concern. My concern is that it's too mean for me to, in the next video, make a comment going, neener, neener. Let's just say I found platforms in which I have garnered views, and so it's very funny for them to have said, you're only going to get 100 views, and then be like, "Bah, I got you," you know? My question is, do you think I even bother with it? This is my insight, this is my behind the scenes, and you, the community, gets to decide if I get to be a jerk or not. It's nothing serious, I'm not like, go dox this guy, find him, hunt him down, don't do that, obviously. But I guess the question is, do I bother responding? That's all. Because it is a funny bit. And I do like dunking on people online who are gonna be, you know, mean. Is it mean enough? Are they mean enough to me that it warrants anything? That's my question. Again, anybody who just came in, don't be mean to this person, don't hunt them down, I can handle it. My question is, how do I handle it? Or do I just leave it at this? Just for free content. Okay, you know what? I hadn't considered the content. I gotta do it for the bit. And that's kind of what I was running on. I was like, it's funny. I'll do it if it's funny. That's my rule. As long as it's not hurting anybody. But that there again was my pause, is like, is it gonna hurt somebody? They're probably not gonna come see it. They're probably not gonna see it. Doesn't matter. Not even that they're not gonna see it, but that even if they were to see it, it's just to come back to the thing that they said. They shouldn't have led with that. Anyway. Yeah, it's funny. I'll do a brief dunk. That's what I was planning. It was just small, you know. Your crash out is justified. Alright. I'm not worried about it. I will add just a little. It's not even like a crash out. I'm not worried about it. Genuinely, it didn't even bother me. And I gave it a response, but I was giving a lot of people responses, and that is my genuine reaction to anybody who's like, you should use Twitter. No, I shouldn't. That shit sucks. Anyway. For the response, it was genuinely just going to be like a L+ ratio. Oh, I got another friend! Let's go! I'm glad that the subscribers count as friends. I'm glad that that's tied over, but yeah, so for the next one I'm just gonna do a little goof. It's not gonna be like, go get him, you know. Anyway. That was helpful, thank you. I appreciate you giving your insight. Sometimes you just gotta hear a second opinion. For the content, you know? What is up? Low-key, they planted the seed. I'm just giving it back. You know, high road and all, but also, it's funny. It's funny to have it thrown right back in your face when you're very specifically concerned about one issue, and that issue just backfires at you. It's funny. Can I help you out with the overall layout of your stream? The chat bar is quite long. Yeah, no, you're right. That is distorted for sure. Yeah, let me play with it. Yeah, so initially my chat wasn't that. Let me, here we go. Oops. Here we go. That's pretty good. Does that look better? I thought when I stretched it, it would just give it more surface area to fill with chat, but apparently that's not how it works. So, how's it going? Thank you for tuning in. And now my guy is just on the background. I do also want you guys to be able to see those layers, kind of. I'm not super concerned, but would it be distracting if I was just on a blank background, or does the black in the background help if I were to pull that out? How are we feeling? Better that my guy has a box. That's a bit better. Place alerts like next to your desk of the avatar. Oh, okay. Okay, so keep the black background behind me. And then alerts over here. Okay, let me find my alerts. There we go. Honestly, that will be more in my periphery, so that is helpful. I don't think I can send a test alert while... We'll just wait till the next... We'll wait till the next friend! We'll wait till the next friend. It'll show up. Okay. Where were we at? I was erasing that. Something else that's interesting is that I do wonder about the friend thing specifically, if that only counts people who subscribe from this page specifically, like while I'm live, or if it counts things that are happening in the background, because I have been very slowly trickling in people subscribing from the video. So I'm interested to see if that works like for my whole channel, or if it's just live. Or if anybody who's seeing the video is seeing that I'm live and then joining, but probably not that. Do I try something around something? That's a good question. I don't know if that would work, and I don't want to risk it because you might get like flagged for spam and then not be able to resubscribe. I need all my subs, don't go anywhere, please. It'll also falsely add that to the tally of people who unsubscribed during this stream, so it'll think that this was bad and not push it to people. We'll just wait. We'll just assume that I'm doing a good enough job that somebody else will subscribe. Let's just, you know, fingers crossed. I don't like this hair. Looks like a mullet. That is kind of how long my hair is. I need a haircut. Oops, 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 oops. This is the idealized self. This isn't what I super look like. It's close. Close enough. Minus the jacket. I'm actually wearing a different jacket. But that jacket, the jacket I'm wearing currently has so many pins on it. It's just, that would be a lot to draw. But this is my favorite jacket. I've been wearing it since high school, and it's just so comfy, dude. In fact, I don't know who was still here about the tinkering, my habit of tinkering, but I've had this jacket for so long that it has torn, and so I had to sew pockets, I had to sew the sleeve, and I had to learn how to do button presses for new snap buttons for the jacket. So I have made a patchwork pair of cloth, and now it is a part of me. And that's why I love it so much, is that I put a lot of love and care into it. Ton of suggestions for the server, but I don't want to bore the fuck out of you. No, you're good. I'm trying to think. So, I do appreciate the starboard, first of all. That was you, right? I think that's a really good idea. I do think I need to increase the number that is required to get onto the starboard, because I feel like everybody's getting on the starboard because we've gotten so many people in, which is great, by the way. I don't want to, But if you have more like external linking for the Discord, I would wait on that because that does take me a little bit to figure out. Like I got to do a tutorial and figure it out. But if you have just like add this channel, you know, I can do that right now and just like have that, so then I can improve upon it and implement it better. So if you have any suggestions, absolutely add them, and I'll take into consideration what they are, and you know, we'll see what I can and can't apply right now. Because I want to optimize it. I want everybody who is new to have benefited from the past people who have come in and helped me organize, because it now looks a lot better than it did. So thank you. I do not go blah 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 blah. Man, I always do layering wrong. I always draw the front part. I don't know why. I just pick a color. I really should do the under stuff first. Like, the farther back something is, I should do the farthest recessed thing, so then I can color over top of it just naturally. But I'm a dingus, and I didn't think of that until just now. And now, sunk cost fallacy dictates that I just keep going and make my future worse. Where we at? Yo, I just watched one of your videos, subbed, and your stream was in my recommended. Hell yeah, it's working. Unfortunately, since you subbed there, it didn't pop up here. So that is good. Now I know. That's good. It's not all subs. But thank you for still being here. Sorry, that made it sound like I didn't want you here. Thank you. I appreciate you being here and tuning in. I'm glad that it has that function, too, that you can see when somebody's live. That's super helpful. I should have gone live, like, the day that this started popping off so people could come in and say hi. Anyway. One of my main ones is stickers. Hey, I have an idea for stickers. That is on my list. I promise I am getting to it. I do want to do some stickers. Yes, good idea. I suggested the Star Wars. Yes, it was you. Okay, cool. Good. You called it. New friend. Let's go. The color, the whole silhouette, lock it, then color individual parts so it's solid. Unsub and resub. No. Don't unsub, resub. Don't do that. No. It flags it as like, oh, this is a bad video. Nobody should watch this. When you get unsubscribes, it's a dislike. I was totally kidding. I appreciate you being here. And that was helpful to know that when you subbed there, it didn't apply here. So that is still data. I like to color the whole silhouette, lock it, then color individual parts so it's solid. Yes. If I were to care more about the color of this one, my usual technique is to do a mask, and I'll do a general mask, and I'll use a lasso and outline it very hard edge, and get the whole line work in there, and then I just, color away. But for this, I do kind of like the texture of the brush, first of all, and then secondly, just the imperfections around the edges. Like, I like the little white bit at the end here, just on these elbows. Just, me personally, for this style that I'm going for the avatar, I don't need it to be super distinct. Maybe in the future, but that's really not my style. I like to keep it loose. That's my whole thing. I like focusing on the form rather than the technical, not prowess, but like just, I don't care. I don't like hard edges. It feels funny. It feels funny to me. I like the little imperfections, the humanity. AI could never. I'll just say that. Thank you. I don't mask, I just new layer and attach it below. Yeah. I forgot I got a shower. Yeah. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. I will be back Wednesday and Friday around the same time, so you will not miss anything. I have plenty of projects to work on in the background. You'll find me. You'll see me. I'm around. And I'm hoping, now that it's like 5-ish, 6-ish, turned on all notes. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. The bell? Did you even do the bell? Because most people don't do the bell. I appreciate the bell. More notifications. You'll get a bell. I don't know. So, I appreciate that for sure. I don't know how regular I'll be able to put out videos specifically. I do want to do more. I used to do tutorials. I still have them. And I have some scripts for other ones. I just feel bad when I don't put out stuff consistently on one platform, so I think YouTube's going to be the one. I did ring the bell. Oh my god, that's huge. I appreciate that. The bell is so... That's like, you're dedicated, and I appreciate that. What was I saying? The bell. No, not the bell. I completely lost my train of thought. But no, you're fine. Regularity. I don't know how regular I'll be able to be. I don't think I'm going to do like, every last day of the month I'll put out a video. You know, that's not my style. I don't know if you can tell, but my brain doesn't function that way. I'm bad with scheduling. So, I think I'm more going to try and just do... I want to be able to do a bunch of different things too. I don't want to just do video essays. I want to also put out animations. I also want to put out, if the demand is there, gaming, comedy stuff, just little bits. I just have this library of ideas that I just have never gotten around to, and I want to be able to just work on whatever I'm inspired by at that time. And so I can't promise that it'll be every month, but I do want to work towards doing like animatics mixed in with animations, mixed in with video essays, mixed in with like commentary. Maybe I'll do like breakdowns of my favorite movies. Like that's a concept that I had, was like reviews of things that I think people should watch. And I think I would stick to good stuff that I know first, and then like kind of work my way down like bad stuff that I would not recommend type stuff. But those are just, just ideas. Only if there's demand. Anyway. Thank you for ringing the bell. I appreciate it. The train. Thank you. Are you open to assistance? Assistance in what manner? Like, you want to be my secretary? Because I definitely could use one at some point. I do need somebody to help manage, like, because I'm a freelance artist, I freelance animations and such, and so in the past I've tried to work for studios on like a job basis, and it's just that's the one thing that I struggle with, is like how to go about getting those, because the ones that I've gotten have been completely random or word of mouth. Like I knew somebody who needed something, so I do need somebody in the future to manage my outreach. If they could just like send emails to companies and like, hey, here's this is his portfolio, that type of stuff. Sorry, I'm rambling. What's your assistance that you're offering? Sorry, I just went on a tangent. Man, this is such a fun brush. Like builds up. Oh, it's good. It's good. It's good. No, you're good. I do animation illustration as well. I've been setting aside time to create my own content. Oh, okay. You mean like a collaboration of sorts? Like you do backgrounds or something for me that I suck at backgrounds. Or thumbnails. Ooh, you know what? That would be fun if I could get people. I guess that was a really general ask. No, you're good. Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, at some point I would probably need, like, thumbnail artists if I do decide to pump stuff out consistently. Just stuff that I could,
keep putting out content because, you know, if I could let me just drop everything right now. If I could become a YouTuber and just like be a guy who makes stuff that he wants to make and people would watch it, I would do that in a heartbeat. Like that's the dream job. That's like everybody's dream job, is to just be able to make content that everybody enjoys and have an audience who is going to just, you know, hang out. Like, it's just chill. And that's my dream, is to just be able to make stuff that I want to and have people support that. Like a patron. Sorry, I said Patreon. Patron, back in the day, when there would be like, the church would hire a painter and they just like, yeah, that's that guy that makes crazy stuff. And we just tell him, and then he also makes his own stuff sometimes. That's what I want. That's my thing. So if I could make money from this, and then I could make enough to then pay people to assist me, absolutely I would do that. Absolutely I would pay for people to work. Now, however, that's the caveat, is that I currently don't have enough to hire an assistant. So, currently? No. Future? Yes. Those are my answers. Especially I'll say, especially with animation, I would love assistance, because I feel as though my brain works for like key animation. So I would love to have like in-betweeners who I could work with directly and just like, you know, have people who could fill in those roles, speed up the process a little bit, take some load off of me. That would be great. And I've never worked in a formal animation setting, so I don't know the full workflow, but I do have a general idea. I've seen a lot of people's processes. I've studied Disney, stuff like that, where they just, you know, I know the roles that need filled. My concern is that my process is not optimized for content generation, because I love to do hand-drawn, and that is the slowest process. And that was a huge thing that killed animation on YouTube, was that people couldn't put out enough content for what YouTube was demanding, and when they were putting it out, it wasn't enough time-wise. You can only make a minute of animation. This Pikachu is a minute of animation, but it took me a year. So, like, you know what I mean? That's not, you can't generate that consistently a lot. So you can't, you know, there was a hard time back then. I don't know how it's changed since, with the uptick in like glitch studios. That is inspiring. That does inspire a lot of confidence. And even, I will say, with AI, the pendulum is swinging back. People are recognizing that AI is not good. AI is not fun, first of all. And second, it's not anything that somebody couldn't make. It's just the time. And essentially, the quality as well. Leaving aside all the environmental quandaries and, you know, all that. People are genuinely turning back away from AI to handmade stuff. People making things, artists, and they're supporting individuals, and that is inspiring. So I think there is a renaissance coming of handmade or independent film. I actually follow like 2 or 3 different independent studios that have just recently popped up, and they have a lot of support. Studio Flimpo, I think. It's a little like orange jellyfish, and they're making some short animated pilot. And they had a Patreon, and it kind of blew up, and they got the funding that they needed, and that is crazy to me in this day and age. But they have a community, they have people that like them, they seem genuine, they're very funny, and so people are supporting their dream, and that's inspiring. And so that's my dream too. It's just, you know, if I can get people on board, here we are. And I don't want to ask anybody for money either. I'm weird about that too. I'm not going to ask anybody to, like, I'm not going to fund like super chats or anything on here. I think I have a Ko-Fi, but there's no additional benefit to giving me money other than just like, hey, I got a couple bucks to spare. That's not me asking, I promise. But I don't want to set up, I think I have a Patreon, but there's nothing on there. That's my thing, is like, I don't know what I would do behind the scenes to paywall with a Patreon, what other service I could provide with a Patreon, so I don't want to set one up specifically until I have more to show. Unless, like, I think very expressly on the Patreon, it's like, I don't have anything this is specifically just like you want to support my dream, and I appreciate that. I think that's all it is. Sorry, I did not respond to you. What is love? Yes, Sonic has been playing on the loop this whole time. He is on a CRT and the Genesis, and it just keeps shuffling between each of the different zones. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. I was just on a very specific train of thought. If it is annoying, I can turn it off. Let me know. Sick, thank you. I didn't expect payment. No. I won't hire anybody. I don't want anybody to help me out. I'm not asking for charity. I'm not. If I am going to work with people, I do want to compensate them. And I've gotten better about like pricing and stuff as to what I would charge somebody, so I know what I should pay somebody when it comes to whatever that task is, and so I don't want to work with people until I know that I can compensate them. And currently, with me being unemployed and not making money from this yet is the key word, because that would be great, I can't ask that of people. I can't ask for assistance. I appreciate the offer, for sure, but ethically, I couldn't do that to you. I don't know why I'm imagining you just making casual game studio that throws peak after peak game. I don't do games yet. I did have a game class in college. It wasn't good, but I've got ideas for games and stuff that would be fun, but I don't know the software well enough, and maybe that's just something that I learn, and maybe I make a video about, hey, here's how you learn this stuff. Maybe I do tutorials to then help myself process, whatever. But yeah, that would be sick. I would love to. I actually have an idea for a game currently that I was ideating on, but again, I don't know the ins and outs of games, but that would be cool. That would be really cool. Yeah, I do have those ideas churning. That'd be sick. Dude, same. I have no backlog of super secret cool things. Yeah, because I've never actually paid for anybody else's Patreon, so I don't know what to paywall, I guess. And even the term paywall feels gross. Like, I'm not the type of person to nickel and dime people on those things. Like, I feel, personally, as an artist, that all knowledge should be shared equally, and that's kind of why I even had a Discord in the first place, was like, hey, I have like resources that I have garnered throughout my experience that will help you with your experience easily, because I had to find all this stuff and compile it. But if I can make your journey easier, I'm gonna do that for free. Like, why? Nobody made me pay them to do that, so why would I make somebody else pay me to do that? And that's where I fail in a capitalist system. I know a lot of people who paywall Discords, and it's just like health tips or whatever, and it's just like, yeah, but you could just like go on basic home goods magazines and figure out what a tabloid would tell you the same stuff. Eat blueberries, they got antioxidants, calorie deficit, that type of stuff. It's like, those are free. That information's out there. I'm not paying you for it. Whatever. That's just me. I'm not gonna. That was something that I did want to address too. Is like, let's say I get monetized, because there's a limit on YouTube. You have to have a certain threshold of likes, views, time spent viewing as well. You have to have time watched, which I think is where it played into the animation not getting enough. Is that because it was a short form thing? Gaming channels got that view threshold very easily, but animations didn't, because you would have to get so many rewatches on a short animation where it was like 2 minutes or whatever. So anyway, I'm not monetized yet on YouTube, or I don't have permissions to be monetized, and I'm also up in the air about whether I even would want to do it if I was, or how I would do it, because I don't like opening a YouTube video and immediately getting hit with an ad, and I don't know the ins and outs of how that works. And so if I were to do ads, I think the only time I would apply them would be at the very end of the video. I wouldn't do a mid-roll. That's really annoying too. At least on the animations and like these video essays, I probably wouldn't do a mid-roll. But the worst is when you open a video and it's just like 5 unskippable cutscenes and it sucks. So I wouldn't do that to you. So if I did do ads, it would just be at the end of the video to get a couple of AdSense here and there. And I can, talk to the community and see what people are feeling if they're okay with seeing ads, to, you know, if that's the amount of support that they can give to me and that's something that they feel they want to do, then I can consider it. But for now, if I get it, they'd be at the end, and I wouldn't do that to you. Now, sponsored stuff, that is something that I have considered, of like, how does one go about getting sponsors? What would that look like, especially in an animated format? I've seen a lot of artists who do like partnerships with XPen, or I don't know if I've seen Wacom, but you know, people do partnerships with like software companies or like tablet companies in the arts specifically, and so I wonder how that would go. And I might even make like ads separate from videos, where I'm like, okay, you want sponsored content, great. What if I just do a commercial for you and make that a separate video itself? They probably wouldn't go for that, but you know, because the whole thing is like, they want eyes, and so they want to interlace that with a video that they think is going to get views. I think I would be more inclined to do that, just because the people that I watch do that, and I personally view it as like you know what, if this is supporting them, if that's what they have to do, absolutely, I'm going to let them do that so that they can keep entertaining me, that type of stuff. And the only caveat to that, to me, is that I would have to do research on what companies are doing that, because there are a lot of companies that I've found where they have unethical practices, and so I would take issue if I was pushing a product onto my viewers that was not ethical. I wouldn't want to do that, and so I would have to do research on the companies that came to me. So I think I would have to seek out certain companies. But I know recently that some of the people I was surprised with that sponsored them because they were kind of not good. Anyway, that's where I stand on sponsorship, is like, if I get them, great, but I would be hesitant because I would have to do some research. I wouldn't just push like, here's an NFT website, you know, they're actually running a bunch of ads in the background of your PC. They're tracking your data. Hey, here's whoever. And they also sponsor this bad person, you know, that type of stuff. So I'll have to be careful with that moving forward. But I'm not like seeking out sponsors right now. So I haven't gotten that many people. I think that's jumping the gun for me personally. I know I just got a huge uptick in people, but it's not enough for that. So we'll see. I would love to make a studio. That would be sick. We'll get there. I have ads on my videos that aren't monetized. Yeah, that is true. That's something else, is I wonder about, like, I think YouTube started pushing those. And so I don't know, because sometimes I'm like, how does this person have ads on their videos? They don't have very many subscribers. I don't know if they have a different, because something else is like shorts. You can earn monetization by having views on shorts over like views on videos. So I don't know if it's possible to have like 1 million views on shorts and then no long-term or long-form content in videos and still have the same monetization on actual videos. So I don't know how that works. But again, if I can keep them from pushing ads at the beginning of a video, I always will, just so you know. It is not my decision to put those at the beginning, because I hate it, so I don't want anybody who likes my stuff to think that I would do that to them, because I hate that. Raid Shadow Legends, you know what? Actually, I don't know if I've heard any controversy about that other than them being obnoxious. I feel like there is some controversy about Raid Shadow Legends beyond them just being obnoxious. I don't remember what it is, but I would, again, I would look into it before I just took it blindly. That was the chair, don't worry. Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay, sorry, I was getting messages. I'm checking the Discord because I'm on streamer mode, so it doesn't notify me that Discord's blown up. So let me go check that real quick. What do we got? Makfu. Interesting. Where we at? Okay, cool. Cool. Okay. Before you started playing the Sonic music, do you have an arcade cabinet or something? I feel like I heard one. Yes, that was what I was going to say, if you could hear it. I just happened upon a Galaga machine. It's not an actual Galaga cabinet. It's a arcade 1-up, like a mini arcade. I don't want anybody to think that I'm so bougie that I would buy an actual arcade cabinet, though I would love to own one. But it's an arcade 1-up, and it's a Pac-Man one, and it has Galaga, Dig Dug, Mappy. It's got a couple of different games that I really love on it, and so yeah, I just got that recently, and it's really cool, and I love having it on in the background because every once in a while it's just got the Galaga descending ships shooting at you. It's really cool. And there's a very funny story behind that, but I won't get into how I came upon that for as cheap as I did. Yeah, it's very cool. I do, at some point, if people would be interested, I would love to showcase my Galaga skills, because that is probably not the best game not my best game, but it is up there. That's like my go-to whenever I go out to a bar with my friends. If we go to a barcade or anything, I zero in on the Galaga, and there have been so many times where people will just like check over my shoulder and like, holy shit, I've never been to that stage. I didn't know you could do that type of stuff. It's so fun. I love Galaga. There's a story behind it. I'll tell that some other time. Maybe Wednesday when I can actually show it off. And maybe I'll set up my tripod by Galaga and do a round. Sounds like a video to me. I don't know. Now, I did mention earlier that I don't want to just be the, video essay guy, the art guy. Like, I do intend to have... The Discord is for art, specifically. I do want that to be a place where people can help each other out. But I don't want to be narrowed down to content. I know Penguin Zero, Charlie, is big on the YouTube, on all over here, and he... I like the way that he does videos where it's literally just like whatever he's feeling, whatever mood he's in, he makes content on. And that's kind of how I want to be, but a little more reserved. Like, I don't think I want to put up like, I'm not going to do news. I'm not going to like check in on what's happening in the world. I will like comment on it. I'm not going to ignore political problems or, whatever's going on, but I'm not going to go out of my way to report on like the news. Even like YouTube drama, like that's not my thing. So that wouldn't be me, but it would be more like, I wouldn't even do blogs either. It would just be like, hey, I'm playing this game today. Hey, I'm doing this movie review today. Hey, I'm doing this, that would be more my speed of things that I would do. Usually artistic, still in nature in some way or another. If I could somehow get popular enough to play against some pretty good Smash Bros characters, or Smash Bros players, that would be awesome, because I do love Smash Bros. I just never played it professionally, so I don't know how that would go, but I would love to be able to play against like Peanut or somebody. I feel like he's a cool enough guy. Planning to gather once again 2 of my IRL friends to my house and play some Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer on PS3. What food and drinks do I get? Ooh, Modern Warfare 2 is so specific, and I love that, and that was amazing back in the day. I loved Modern Warfare 2, and I was pissed about the new one that they released where it was Modern Warfare 2, but it wasn't actually Modern Warfare 2 remake, and then they made Modern Warfare 3, and that was a remake of Modern Warfare 2. That pissed me off. Anyway, Modern Warfare 2 feels like Doritos, feels like Mountain Dew, feels like... whenever we do group hangs, I do the Kool-Aids with the twist tops where you can like suck the teeny tiny bit of Kool-Aid out of the top of the little plastic tip that comes off. I like those. Rocket Pops. Put those in Kool-Aid. Really good. I'm trying to think what other snacks. What do I like? I feel like whenever I do Doritos, I also have like a regular chip, like a potato chip. So like a Lay's, baked Lay's specifically, kettle cooked, pretty good. Those are my suggestions. Maybe some something candy. I'm a big fan of Kit Kats. Big fan of sour gummy worms type stuff. Also, by the way, Mountain Dew and everything that y'all have in America, I do not have in Argentina. I do have Doritos. Okay, good. That's all you need, Doritos. Also, I didn't know you were from Argentina. That's awesome. What's a good... I don't know what Argentina has. Do you guys have Ribena? I've heard that that's in the UK. I don't know if that's like how they would distribute it over there, but I'm always interested to see what other people have in other countries. Argentina. I mean, me personally, my suggestion doesn't have to specifically be like Mountain Dew, whatever. You know, just a soda that has a certain flavor. I like blue raspberry flavored stuff. So that's the flavor of Kool-Aid I always get. So, you know, blue raspberry stuff. There's a bottle of something that I get every once in a while that's like a blue raspberry lemonade that's really good. I don't know if you have something like that here or wherever you're at in Argentina. Don't have that, no. Damn. Well, I'm out of ideas. I know. Do you guys have Kit Kats? Because I love Kit Kats. And I feel like Kit Kat is pretty world renowned. I know there are a lot of Kit Kat things in Japan. Like they have an entire conglomerate where they do like, they're even more crazy about the flavors that they get in Japan. They experiment with it a lot. And so I got some Japanese Kit Kats once and they're really good. Do you have Kit Kats? Hell yeah, I'm moving to Argentina. I'm just kidding. I don't have that money. That's awesome. I'm glad you have Kit Kats. That's huge. Currently on the roster, Doritos, empanadas, hell yeah, and a pizza and some soda. There you go. Pizza for sure. Sorry, give me one moment. Yes, I did. Okay, cool. Cool. Sorry. Again, checking the Discord on my phone. I saw a video where someone was talking about fake American flavor and how blue is one of them. I thought it was very funny you said that. Yes, no, okay. Okay, here's the thing with blue raspberry. This is something that I learned. Okay. Blue is a flavor, and I can't describe that in any other fashion. In America, blue is a flavor. You just know what that is. It's always blue raspberry. Now, occasionally it's cotton candy, and I hate that. I hate when they trick you. But blue, for the most part, is blue raspberry. There's also an off-color Gatorade. Not great. I like the pure blue. Like, it is the bluest blue. The most saturated blue. I was AFK. My puppy just came. Oh, okay. Very good. So, with blue, the way that I learned that it came about was in the early 90s, I believe. They were playing with candy, stuff like that. They were like, all right, we got to mix it up. We gotta come up with a new flavor. And so they were like, well, we've got this flavor that we isolated from a fruit, but we don't know what to assign it to because it's not marketable. It's an odd raspberry, but it's very sour. So the flavor is great, but it's just some berry, and we don't know how to market that. And they were like, just call it blue raspberry because it's so different from a regular raspberry. And so they're like, okay, blue raspberry it is. They made up a blue raspberry. Blue raspberries do not exist in real life. They are not a berry that you can find. They are white. I will show you a picture of blue raspberries. They are white. It's hilarious. I love that we did that. Because it's very funny that I know that, because it is my favorite flavor. Blue raspberry berry. Let's see if I can find it. These are artificial. Those are not real. Give me the actual blue raspberries. Because, like, on the packages of everything, there's, like, pictures of blue raspberries, and they're actually, like, super saturated blue. They don't exist. They're lying. It's false advertising. They're liars. I'm seeing a bunch of weed. I'm seeing a bunch of artificial blue rat. They don't exist. They're not real. They're not real. I also love that you guys are from other places, that you found me. I love that. That's great. Thank you for sharing that you're from other places, because now I know that I have outreach to the whole world. And it's very funny to share cultures. I love these little intricacies of like, yeah, we don't have that here. Oh, we've got this weird thing. Oh, well, I don't have that here. That's fun. Yeah, I found it. Oh my god. I found it. It's so hidden. Open image in new tab. It's this little guy. And it's like, well, it's yellow here, but I feel like I've seen pictures, like up at the top here, it's like white. And this might just be like a different ripeness of berry. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but they're not blue, very specifically. So, it's very funny. I always wanted to try a snowberry, but they're endangered and illegal. I don't know where snowberries originate from. I've heard of them. My puppy is biting my hand. Don't let him do that. What kind of puppy? I don't know where snowberries are from. This is a blue raspberry. 3 different conversations are happening. I can handle it all. My puppy is biting my hand. I mean, if it's a mutt, if it's mixed, I don't know. I can send a pic through DMs. Yeah, sure, that's fine. I was just curious. I figured you might know, but if not, you know, I'm not like judging your choice of dogs or whatever. I just, you know, I like to have a picture in my head. Anyway, that's blue raspberries. Oops, I almost just revealed everything. Everything. You almost saw my script. Cloudberry. I don't know what a cloudberry is either. Is my speaker on? It is. Let me turn that off. Just in case something starts blaring through my speakers. I'm gonna look up cloudberry. Let's find a cloudberry. Does it have very pointy yellow hair and carry a buster sword? Aha, little joke there. Oh, those are fun. They actually kind of look like the color is a little similar to the blue raspberries. Those are cute. Perennial plant, boreal regions. Resembles a raspberry. I'm a genius. Thrives in bogs and tundra. Ooh. Alaskan. Yeah, we don't get them here. They don't import them from Alaska to America, as far as I'm aware. I'm sure we could probably get our hands on them, but yeah, I don't know where to procure a cloudberry. Sorry, I'm watching Sonic. I've just gotten recently I just started liking Tails a lot more. I don't know why. He's very cute, and I think he needs some more respect on his name. Now that I'm looking back at the Sonic while he's playing. He's very cute. I like Sonic and Tails' relationship, which is kind of why I made that piece. I was like, Sonic would beat someone's ass if Tails got snatched. That's his little brother, dude. He's gonna kill you. We can get jams and oil, but no seeds. Oh. Are there seeds in the jam? They're probably boiled to the point that they can't function as actual seeds. It's probably a dumb question. But yeah, interesting. I've never had check DMs. I've been DM'd. Got it. Oh, very cute. No. It reminds me of those dogs from the target dog a little bit, but he looks like a terrier maybe. Those are technically terriers, but yeah. What are those terriers called? What are those terriers? Because there's a Boston Terrier, and I don't think it's a Boston Terrier. Let me find it. It's like a... Is it a Bull Terrier? It might be a Bull Terrier. But I don't think that's what you have. Yes, I'm thinking of a Bull Terrier, which is the dog from the Target commercials with the little spot on his eye. You do not have a Bull Terrier. You might have a Jack Terrier. Nope. Jack Russell? No. Wrong. Wrong. Oh wait. That kinda looks like it. Maybe. Maybe? I was hoping it would show me similar looking dogs. It does kind of look like some kind of terrier, potentially. Just smaller proportions. Now, it's also a puppy, so, you know, grain of salt. Could get bigger and change proportion. Andalusian Terrier. Sherry Terrier. This is the breed. Spanish name reflects its main occupation, hunting rats and mice. Cool. You got the terrier part right. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, I just know them as those smaller little guys. They're cute. Very cute. Anyway, that was my dog tangent. I haven't drawn in like half an hour. I've been working on this guy for a while. Oops, wrong layer. There's only 2 viewers. We fell off. Oh, that's okay. Mine says 3, which I don't know if that's counting me as a viewer. That's okay. I'm not doing it for the views. Let me just get that clear. As much as I appreciate you being here, I could be streaming to nobody. In fact, I did when I first started as a Twitch streamer. I streamed to nobody. Hence the friend. Make a friend. Well, I've made 3 friends today. This has been a success. This is a bigger success than... I don't think I even have 3 followers on Twitch. So, big success. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate you. And look at all of the stuff that I've gotten done. I made 2 whole avatars. Almost 3, because all I'm going to do for the shrug is move his shoulders up. What was I going to say? Oh, I was going to ask, does anybody know about, like... I've always wanted to do, like, a con and do, like, a booth. And I just don't know what cons are good for artists to be at, I guess, is my question. Next stream is Wednesday. Correct. Wednesday night, 3 p.m. Night, I say. Afternoon, 3 p.m. And I'll probably just go until people don't want to be here. And then Friday. And we'll just see how it goes. I'll check back in with the community, see how people were feeling about it. Shit, I dropped my pen. See how people were feeling about it in the Discord, if that's a good time, if there's a different time that would work better. I'm a little flexible, but I feel like 3 is probably the earliest I could start at, because I wake up late. because I like to work late. So I would like to, I can work into the night, and then, yeah. I know you guys are international, so you guys have a very specific time zone that you're in, that I could try and shoot for, but we'll see. For Friday, we should do something fun, like Plutonium Modern Warfare 3 map session. I don't have the new... Do I have the new Modern Warfare 3? No. I bought the Modern Warfare 2, the new Modern Warfare 2, not the new Modern Warfare 3, because I was pissed off. So I don't have Modern Warfare 3, so I can't play, unfortunately. Also, I wouldn't play Modern Warfare. If I was going to play a shooter, I would play Halo. That's me. I did love Modern Warfare 2, though. But that's just me. If it's ever just, like, a couple of people and they want me to do something different, I will absolutely just switch it up. Like, I'm not super dedicated to just this, but... OG Modern Warfare 3. I don't know if I played Modern Warfare 3 originally. I remember I played the campaign, but I don't think I ever got into the online. Yeah. I also don't have my Xbox set up from back then. And I also don't think I have Xbox Gold, so I don't think I would be able to play online. There's a lot of factors I would have to figure out. I also don't have a capture card that functions very well. I do have a PC, but I'm not buying it on PC so I can play. Because I don't care about Modern Warfare 3 that much. I do have the Master Chief Collection. I'll think about it. But yeah, if there's ever anything that people are just like, do something different, I'll be like, okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to keep you guys entertained. Do you have MCC? Yes, I do. I have MCC, I have Halo Infinite, and I have the... Do I have Combat Evolved? No, I don't have Combat Evolved, specifically the remaster on here, but I do have it in the MCC. That's what it is. I don't want to leave your question unanswered, but I don't know about cons. I feel like a toss-up, and from what I understand, it's hard to compete with 3D printers and AI generators. Yeah. I do have a 3D printer. I could do some stuff that go with the con, but I'd have to make custom models and stuff. I feel bad when people... Because a lot of people will just go to a con, and they'll just have a bunch of shit that they pulled off a Thingiverse that you are not supposed to be taking and then selling. So that does piss me off. I did help somebody with their con, but he had very specifically, like, homemade models, so I appreciated that, so I was willing to help him. But I would be willing to do cons with... I could do 3D models. I know people do prints. I have pins. I make pins, so I can do that. I can do stickers. I have physical media that I could sell. My concern is, like... I just don't know how they work. I don't know how well that goes for people, if it's worth it, because I know you have to buy a booth. And that can be expensive, and so I don't want to pay for that if I'm not going to get any, like, people come by my booth. Yeah, the AI stuff, I did see the controversy about that recently. I think a lot of cons have cracked down on it. I did a little craft fair one time with my friend, and we left our stuff at the table and walked around, and we saw another guy who had art set up, and he had a bunch of canvases, and it was all AI art, and nobody was stopping at his booth, and I felt so vindicated, and I almost went up and was like, ha, idiot, but I didn't. I didn't need to shit on him while he was down. But also, fuck AI. That shit sucks. I hate that people think that that's viable, that they can just go to a place and just be like, I'm gonna sell this, and it's like, brother, you got that for free. Why is somebody gonna pay you for that? Like, there was literally no blood, sweat, or tears put into that. Travel heavy sort of endeavor. Yes, I am close to a convention center, where I am, and so I've seen that it's kind of big, so I should probably just do local research and see what's up with that. I don't think I would ever go to California or anything. Well, I won't say never. I'm not planning on going to California anytime soon, because I imagine those are probably very expensive. So currently, not on my radar. That was just something I was positing if anybody knew what goes on with those, if those are good. Yeah. Cons, potentially something I would do in the future. I know you guys are out of town, so I'm not going to request that you show up. I can just mail you things if you're desperate for my stuff. But just wondering about like how effective it is in garnering a physical following. Like if people show up to booths and actually like then go look up your stuff. I do have a little like printout of like my QR codes and stuff for websites, my socials and such, and I make little business cards on some cardstock. But I don't know what the foot traffic is necessarily. So I'll look into it. But I appreciate you giving me some insight, because I do very specifically remember the AI stuff and being like, hey, that's not cool. And I think a lot of people have cracked down on that, and it's good. I don't know how far I would be willing to travel. I feel like you guys probably hear that farting, but it's leather on leather is what it is, I promise. I don't know what sort of travel I would be willing to do. If I would go to, how far I would be willing to go. I don't think I could go to New York. I feel like that's pretty far. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Did I finish this? Yep. Pretty good. Alright, let's do the second one. Dupe group. I did that wrong. Hold. Oh. Do. There we go. Better. We're at. Honestly, I went to Evo a couple times, and there are regular vendors. A lot of them have almost no online followers and just sell in person or Etsy. Interesting. That's very cool to hear. Yeah, I looked into Etsy too when I first started making stickers, and it was just not financially viable because it cut into the overheads. I figured like with stickers, they're not super expensive to make, and so because each post requires that you pay, I think based on sales and per post, my concern was that it wouldn't be worth it if I only sold a couple. So I needed to, my thought was that I make something that's worth more. So I've come up with like, what do I have? I have more expensive, like I could do sheets of stickers, or like use it as like a method of commission, like you can commission stickers, but then I don't know why people wouldn't just use like Sticker Mule or something. I feel like I had other products that I was planning on doing, like t-shirts at some point, but anyway, point being, I didn't want to do Etsy because you do have to pay per thing that you put on there, and so I wasn't in a spot to be able to do that. My mouth is phoneming to the Sonic song. That's so funny. I said Sega. What's your opinion on print-on-demand stores? I don't mind them. It's just hard to compete with them with sticker stuff. But I'll posit that, like, if people are buying my stickers specifically, I imagine it's because they like what they say. Like, I don't have the capacity to make custom stickers. I mean, I do. Like, if somebody wants to either commission me to make something or send me something, like for friends and family, people will be like, hey, can you print this out for me? Yeah, I'll do that. So for print on demand stuff, specifically with stickers, it's hard to compete because there's no large scale way to do custom stuff. But as an artist, I think it's helpful to have print on demand for, like, if I were to sell prints of something, that would be great. I could mass produce prints from a place that has a bigger industrial printer. I actually looked into getting a bigger industrial printer for the sake of stickers so that you can streamline a little better, but it's not worth it right now. I don't have any problem with them. I'm trying to think if I have any downsides, because I never ordered stickers from anybody, but I did order. Oh, that's the other thing I have. I have keychains. I ordered keychains from an on-demand store, and they were great. They came out really good. They got them to me quick, so that would be great for, like, doing merch and stuff if I were to do cons. So yeah, I think they're good for the most part. You got to find the ones that are going to work with you the best, and not, like, if they're doing anything that's sketchy. My other concern being that, like, once they monopolize it, that they'll jack up their prices, which I do think happened with, I don't want to slander anybody, but maybe Custom Ink. I feel like I used to be able to print those pretty quickly and cheaply, and then I recently went back and I was like, oh, I wonder what that would cost, and it was a lot, and I was like, oh. So it's a push and a pull. It's a give and a take, and I recognize they need to make money, but also you don't need to charge so much for overhead. Your CEO doesn't need another boat. That's my opinion.
Kind of tore up my shoulders there, but that's all right. We will draw over top. Yeah, that's pretty good. Sorry, I've been focusing on this. Gotten a lot done. Just got an update for Honkai Star Rail. I don't play that game.
Is me problem, or do you ever turn on your phone and there's 6 new mobile games auto-downloaded? I found that if you're on a family plan, sometimes your phones get, like, overconnected, and so, like, I would download stuff and then it would show up on my mom's phone. So that is definitely a thing. But I also will just randomly download apps and then forget about it. When I see an ad for something that I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll play it, and then as soon as they send me an ad for another mobile app, I'm like, I'm gonna delete this. I will also note that, like, Apple has started pushing, like, random apps that I don't need, like, what is it, like, Speaker Note app, where it's, like, for presentations and stuff, and I'm like, I don't do PowerPoints. I don't know why this is on my phone. Or I'll, like, delete the stock market app, and then the stock market app shows back up on my phone. Every update, stuff like that. I also have an Apple, so I don't know if that, maybe it's different for, like, different, if you have an Android. Oops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I got a hair in my eye. That means I need a haircut. I was like, why are my lines so bold? It's because they're overlaying each other. The color is blending together. Okay, those look good. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Yeah, sup. We gotta wait. Oh, I gotta do wait. I just don't know what the... We're gonna figure this out together. I don't know when the best times to stream are. I feel like, in theory, it should be like when people get off of work. So like for me, that would be like 5 o'clock. So then they can come home and like chill. I don't know. Oh, we got somebody else. That's a new follow. That's a new friend. What's up? But I don't know. We're gonna play with it. Mondays are rough. You know what I mean? People who go to work. Mondays suck. Get it. Nobody wants to be here. So we'll see if that the algorithm is still kind on Wednesday and Friday, because we got a solid amount. We got 4. Look at that. That's way more than I had on Twitch. I promise. That might be more than the total I had on Twitch. I feel like, me personally, I feel like YouTube's getting better about streaming, but I don't know. We shall see. Thank you for tuning in, whoever that was that just joined or subs. I don't know if you're here. It still only says that I got 2 people. We'll see. Let me look at my script. Here, I'll give you a laugh. Ahaha. That's me. When I laugh, I go, ahaha. Oh my goodness. Oh, no, that was just the chat catching up. Let me check my... Oh, I was gonna do a shrug.
me see if I've got something for that. Alright, we'll do shrug. We'll do... What are we feeling? What are we feeling?
Shrug and we'll say excited, happy, excited, happy. Bros inventing new emotions. I love these so much, by the way. They're so expressive. Thank you very much. I really pride myself in being a cartoonist above all else. I really want animation to feel lively, and so my studies involve picking apart things that I think are very outwardly emotional and expressive. And so I, just in drawing silly faces and stuff in the past, I've kind of refined things down into ways of expressing certain emotions pretty well, I think. So I'm glad that I can showcase that skill. I want animation to be wild and wacky. Like, my favorite animation styles are always when it's, like, the most expressive. Like, Cyberpunk is nuts. Like, they crazy perspective, crazy emotions, crazy, like, over-the-top dramatics, whatever. So that's one of my favorites when it comes to anime. Same with Mob, where they throw in stuff, and that's super expressive and fun. So my challenge as an animator, with that being my forte, is that I want to be able to also capture the subtleties. And so what I've been kind of, I want to say researching, but studying in watching it is Chainsaw Man, and how they do, like, very subtle emotions, but those emotions are so strong. And I want to be able to do both, and that's my thing. I did see that in one of your animations, the movement is broad and really nice. Yes. So yes, with Pikachu, I wanted the movement to be very dramatic and such. So I'm working on it. I'm working on that. That's something I want to improve upon and really be able to just spit that out. You know what I mean? Like, these are pretty easy because I have a model that I drew one. I made a drawing and I was like, yeah, I like that style. Let's keep with that. And so that makes it a lot easier to make the rest of them. So I need to get better about, like, just churning stuff out. I appreciate the compliment. That means a lot. Okay. Shrug. We're gonna do... yeah. I hate when it does that. Digital keyboard. I'll type it myself. You guys aren't seeing that. I look like I'm freaking out for nothing. I should have just done this first and then duplicated it. I'm silly. Oh! I think I need to adjust the parameters of my model to just have him looking at the the tablet screen, because eventually I can make him... He doesn't look at the corners of the screen, he's looking at the corners of where I mapped the screen to. And so I have him staring straight at the camera right now, and it's very funny that if I leave my cursor there, that I'm just talking to you. So I do kind of like having that ability to do that. Anyway, I'm primarily an illustrator, but I'm trying to learn animation. It's been incredibly illuminating in terms of what I need to study up on. Yes, animation is crazy. There's so much to it, and that's why I love it, is that there's no rules, but there are rules. You can do anything that you want, but there are parameters in which to achieve those things that you want to do with rules. And so it's very important to know what they are to then break them. And so me personally, I pick and choose which rules I focus on, to my detriment sometimes. But most importantly, what I want to work with is like the line, the arcs, arcs are so important, by the way, if you're just getting into animation. If you can nail the arcs of motion, that's huge. Like, do the bouncing ball, do the pendulum, that type of stuff, and then notice those patterns in the body. That helps so much with like walk cycles or like swinging arms. There's physics. You're studying physics while you're animating. You just have to know that things have weight, there's drag, clothes follow behind, secondary actions, that type of stuff. It is almost like being a scientist. You are studying life and you are trying to emulate it with very limited output. You are narrowing everything down into shapes and then making them move and convincing other people that it is alive. And that is the most magical thing that I could possibly do. And that's why I love animation. In fact, there's a book called The Illusion of Life that everybody knows about, that you probably have heard of. And the whole focus of it is, it's all the Disney guys that were just like, yeah, we are creating life, and you can't... these are the rules to make life. And it's beautiful. I don't know. They break it down, and they show you what you're doing. Just like Pikachu's breaking it down. Look at him. But yeah, studying animation is super fun. It's been a blast, and I like to learn things myself by just observing, but also it is helpful to expedite that process by watching other people who know what they're doing animate, and then I can follow the patterns that they're doing to then know what I want to do with my stuff. Watching anime is super helpful because I can just break it down frame by frame and be like, that's how you do impact frames, that's how you do perspective animation, that's how you do characters, super cool. And to me, personally, it is helpful that I started with animation and then kind of worked my way up with figuring out like styles and stuff, kind of breaching into illustration. I will preface it and say that I started with physical media. I started with paint and brushes and pen and paper, charcoal. I did figure drawings with charcoal. And so I have that background, but I was never focused on style. I was always focused on form and line. And I think that plays really well into animation, and so that being my focus, I moved on from that, and now have been able to refine the animation now that I have the basis of the motion that I want to do. So me personally, I think that the way that I did it was probably the optimal way of work on the motion, and once you get those fundamentals down, then you can make it look however you want after the fact. So I don't know how it works for your journey. That might make it more difficult in that you then have to break rules that you would have followed for illustration to make them apply to animation, but maybe you have the opposite reaction where yours has, you know how to make it look good, you just don't know how to make it move, So interesting to compare paths, people's journeys. They're always very fun. I'm gonna make myself not stare at the screen anymore because it feels like I'm breaking the fourth wall, and that might be scary, especially if you're like high. Just to have the avatar talking. How'd you get into animation? Discover there's something you could do. I love cartoons. I grew up with cartoons. Saturday morning cartoons. I would watch like Sonic actually before school, and I would wake up early and watch that, and then go to school, and then come back and watch more whatever was on. What was the other one? Digimon was always on in the morning. Metabots, Yu-Gi-Oh! Those were always on before school. And then, Saturday mornings, watching cartoons. I really love Tom and Jerry, Looney Tunes, that type of stuff. The old stuff is so fun. So I got into those. And then SpongeBob, really good. Adventure Time, amazing. Just, having seen it, it was inspiring at a point. But I didn't know that was what I wanted to do. I didn't even know I was capable of it. I was like, it's mystifying. You see it on screen, and you're like, how did they do that? And then eventually I was able to peek behind the curtain. But I got into art because when I was in high school, I got good grades and stuff. I didn't have anything that specifically piqued my interest. I liked math, but I was good at it to an extent. I wasn't like advanced or anything. I was, at my grade level. But then I took algebra and my teacher wasn't amazing. And so I just kind of got demoralized in the sense of like being the best at those things, like the sciences. I was like, nah, physics is hard, math is hard, and they are. But I think sometimes you just have a bad teacher and they don't really encourage you to start doing those things. And so I got demoralized, but at the same time, my homeroom teacher was actually the art teacher, and he told me that I should take some classes. And so I was taking a computer graphic class because I thought it would be fun to be able to learn Photoshop. So my main focus is actually Photoshop. That was the first art that I ever really did. So I was just playing around with that, and so I'm very familiar with Photoshop. And then from there, he put me into studio art, and so I did, the traditional pen and paper. We actually did lithograph painting, where you do like an ink roll on a piece of lithograph, and then you print it. I still have those prints, actually, those stamps. I can show off sometime. Yeah, and I just worked my way up, and then he moved me in with my class because I was behind technically, because I didn't take that studio art that first year. So I was 1 year behind, and then he moved me to catch up with the rest. And then I took photography because he was also a photographer. And so my main focus was actually photography because I found that was very peaceful and fun to play with. So I do like photography a lot, but animation is like way more inspiring personally because photography is pretty easy. You just point and click, and there's intricacies. I'm not going to discount photography. It is difficult, but animation is harder. I will say that. So I just kept doing as much art as I could. I found that I really liked it. It was an outlet. It felt nice to be able to do those things. Put pen to paper, get emotions, thoughts out on paper. And then for my thesis for my senior year, he had us do something that we wanted to focus on moving into college. And so I made a little animated short, and I will never show it here because it was bad. But it was just like a stream of consciousness type thing, and I was just playing around, and I didn't have an animation software. I was just doing like frames on Photoshop, and I was just making new layers for each drawing. It was fun, whatever. And then I did some photography, stop motion stuff with like me, like just as a human body. I didn't actually make like a model for stop motion stuff. And then I went to college, and they said that they had animation, and they didn't. And so I did a bunch more years of fine art stuff where I focused on photography, and I got pretty good at it. And then I did some side stuff. I did some game animation stuff, but none of it was 2D. So my entire journey has been self-motivated, and I've just been chasing that high of like making something that people like rant and rave about. Like, I want to make something that somebody else will talk about the same way that I talk about Adventure Time or SpongeBob, or I want to make a cartoon that is so well executed in comedy, in design, in character, in voice acting, even in scripting. I want every part of it to be so well done that people will talk about it. I just want to immortalize that, because that's really hard to do, to make all of those things come together and be successful. And it's such a well crafted art form. There are so many rules that, when done correctly, that it just is gorgeous. I love the idea of every single frame of a film has been touched by a human hand, as opposed to a camera where you let a lot of that happen. And there's a lot of intricacies that you kind of have to let go in film, because things just happen naturally, whereas in animation you can choose every single image. Now it takes a lot of time, but you can make every frame look exactly how you want it. You could make a painting for every single frame and make it something gorgeous, and it would just take a while, but you could do it. And that's what I love about animation. That's why I love Akira. They went so hard. They invented colors. They inspired an industry, and it's beautiful. And I don't think I'll ever be able to do anything like that. I don't think I'll, invent a color. I don't think I'll ever make anything nearly as groundbreaking as Akira. But I do want to make something close. Even just a short film would be really cool. And I think I stick with animation because that's just how my brain works. I'll just get an idea, and there's a narrative to it, I guess. There's always a narrative instead of just a still image. Because you can only tell so much with a still image, but animation is very specific. And you can literally do anything. So, that's why I like it. That's why I'm an animator. I don't know if that even answered your question, because I don't know where that fixation started other than, like, Saturday morning cartoons. I wouldn't even say that there was one inspiring piece of media that, like, got me into it. I didn't see something and then go, wow, I gotta do that too. I think Adventure Time would probably be the closest to that sensation, where it was just like, it was out at the time that I was starting to make art, and so that was like the thing that I was paying attention to while thinking about animation. But I was never like, I want to make that. Like, I never did animations in the style of anybody else, I guess I'll say. I was never like, dang, I'm gonna make my own Adventure Time episode or whatever. I did draw like frames and stuff, characters. I like Finn. It's fun to draw. But I never really was inspired by anything in particular, I don't think. Thank you. I like to think that I have the right morals, the right compass in life, that I'm aimed at it, and I've been chasing it for a while. So I'm glad that I finally have some eyes. I really do appreciate your support. It does mean a lot. More than you know, truly. Because, like, everybody in my life, too, has been super supportive. Yeah, I've I have curated the correct friend group, I'll say. I have the right friends who will support me. Even my family is very supportive. They've always, like, gone to my gallery shows for my photography, and, like, they did a little... When I graduated high school, they just, like, put up all my photos that I had put up around the house, and just, like, we did, like, a gallery walkthrough as if it was an actual gallery around my grandma's living room. It was very sweet. So I've always had a really good support system, and I'm lucky enough to have family who, like, lets me, I'll say, mooch off of them, for sure. They're just like, that's that artist. I do have patrons, I'll say. They are the people in my family who are like, yeah, you're gonna make it. So yeah, it's really, really great. And so, as much as it is like, I appreciate your support, I do have that support network physically, and so I don't want to ever discount what my people have done for me already. But more people is always better. Truly, like, just more viewers is great. I love that when people stop by and say hi. I do. Even if it's just like hey, that's neat, bye, that means everything. That means that I made something that was worth looking at. And in this world, that's so hard to do. There's so much to see, and it's really easy to look at the wrong things. And I always fear that... one of my bigger fears was that I would end up like a Van Gogh, where, like, I'm not going to compare myself. Sonic the Hedgehog is not Starry Night, you know what I mean? My concern was, like, what if I got recognized after I died, Not that I care too much about that. I would still be making art, same way Van Gogh did. He made art regardless of the fact that he didn't get noticed until he was dead. He only sold one painting in his entire lifetime, and so that means that I'm ahead of him. I've sold a decent amount of stickers. So, it's just a hard landscape to be in currently, with all of the oversaturation of the market with AI, and But again, I think the pendulum's swinging back, and I think people like you are supportive of independent artists, and I think that's what's gonna make it come back. I do truly believe that it is completely possible to make 2D animation viable again, and not just tweening or like, you know, short little things. I think there should be more feature animation. I'm pissed at Mickey Mouse. Maybe that's my biggest inspiration, is that Disney fell off and they just started making 3D stuff that was easy, still difficult, sure, but the quality of them has dropped significantly, and I think it has a lot to do with the fact that they're not doing 2D anymore. That process is so intensive, and every single part of it is intentional. And with 3D, it's a little easier to let stuff go. You can just kind of yada yada your way through it. Whereas with 2D, it's every single frame is painted, and in doing that, you have to make sure every line is drawn perfectly. And before you draw any lines, you have to make sure that the script is perfect. So then you don't have to redraw mouths. You don't have to redo anything. Every step of it, you finish the script and you finalize it, and you're like, yep, that's what it is. We're gonna do it. And then you do the line work, and then you do the painting, and then you do the compositing, and then you're done. And if there's any hiccups there, then you have to restart a big chunk of it. And with 3D, you can just add scenes. You can take stuff out. It's a lot easier. And I miss the intentionality, ultimately. God, I'm rambling. But thank you for listening. I'm going to go to the restroom while you catch up on all the things that I said and potentially pick things out that you want to say. I will be back shortly. Alright, I am back. Come on. There we go. Always takes a second. Okay. Shame about Disney. They're in such a strong position to be traditional. I think we could do anything, and they're choosing to. Yeah, that is my biggest problem, is like, they have the funding. There's no reason for them not to. Their biggest holdup is that it is expensive. 2D does take a long time, and you do have to have a lot of people in order to put stuff out. But it looks so good. Like, I don't know why. Like, at this point, with the amount of CGI that they use and all the spectacle that they have and all the RAM that's required for you to be able to process all the effect you're putting in for no reason, just do it traditional again. I don't know. There's a craft to it, and there's problems to be solved. And that's one of the other things that I love about it, is like, people would encroach upon, like, oh man, how do we get this out? And it's like, well, just shoot around, reuse, recycle old stuff. I honestly kind of like the Disney Renaissance, or the Dark Ages of Disney, when they had to, they like reused Mowgli moving around in the Sword in the Stone. There's a couple of other instances, like Robin Hood with the bear, Baloo and Little John are the same. A couple animations where they just drew over top. And I think that's fun. Like, me personally, that's like part of the journey of animation. And sometimes you gotta just recycle some stuff. I don't know. It would be better if, you know, they didn't have to do that. But if it's just like the same kind of delivery, I don't see why not. And honestly, the Robin Hood is good. That's a really good Disney movie. I've never really paid attention to the Jungle Book, but, you know, Robin Hood is one of my favorites. Also, even if you're saying it's a lot of interesting things, it's really cool to hear from other artists. We are notoriously reclusive. Yes, I have had a bad habit of not sharing things, and I am in a weird position of, like, I don't want to say too much, I don't want to be annoying type of thing. But I have a lot to say, actually. I have a lot to share, too, by the way. I have a lot of knowledge that I've gained and just kind of held on to, and I've had this Discord for a while where I just had that information sitting around. And I was just waiting for people to come scoop it up, because I'm not gonna be mean and stingy with it. I'm gonna let you have it. And sometimes I just don't know what questions to answer, what things to say, what people would want to listen to. But honestly, that does have me thinking that, like, maybe the one thing that I might request from people is, like, in watching these streams or in watching other stuff of mine, if they were to, like, maybe in the Discord specifically, you could bookmark specific spots, timestamp stuff, of your favorite parts, and then maybe I can make, like, shorts of it and, like, stitch together little bits, like maybe this specifically, where I release something where I'm talking about, like, you know, animation industry, how I feel about it, that type of stuff, just to get more clips out, you know, and you know, share my thoughts. They are how I feel. But, you know, that is the extent of what I would require of assistance currently, is the help of just moments that have been important to you that you think would be fun to share with other people. Because I know what I think would be fun to share with other people. That's what I'm saying right now. But I don't know what other people want to hear. So it's good to have that feedback from other people to say, that's not as important as you think it is. You know, which is fair. That's fine. Oh, you're still here. How's the art going? It is going. We've been chatting for a bit. I got a little distracted at certain points. I got... How many did I get done? I think I got 3 done. And one of them was technically 2. So I got 2 done in 3 hours. And these usually are fairly easy to get pumped out. But I've been chatting. We've been hanging out. I've been answering some questions and just doing whatever. So yeah. Welcome back. Which ones did I get done? I got Psy. You know, type shit. I think your history with discovering the art path is a great thing to clip. Very passionate. Thank you. I appreciate it. No, seriously, I do. I really appreciate hearing that I have actual important things to say, because for so long I've been like, do people care about that? I feel like people don't care about that. But I do think that people are coming back around to, like, sincerity and, like, because we've got such an oversaturation of people who are insincere, and it comes out that they're like, oh, they're just doing it for the likes, they're just doing it for the whatever. When I truly do have things that I want to share, and I do truly want to make a creative community where people can be themselves and be kind and grow and share and learn and all that. So I think maybe I'm in the right place at the right time. I think maybe I'm somebody who can be sincerely himself, and I'm hoping that people recognize that, and I'm hoping that they know that I mean it, because that's all I can do is say it, you know. But yeah, so that would be because I know earlier we talked about like assistance that I would need. You know, only thing that I can think of is like mods potentially in the future with the Discord, and then like clipping stuff. If people want to clip stuff, absolutely go right ahead. And then I can even like, if people want to make, this sounds, I'm getting a little too ahead of myself. If people want to make like fan accounts that then clip my things and take them, I'm not gonna like take those down, I guess is my point. Like, because I know that people are like, oh, you stole my thing, and it's like, you know, whatever, I'm not making money on this anyway. If you can, that's pretty cool. And then maybe I'll hire you, if you're good at it, to then do it for me, and then I get paid from paying you, you know. Although I don't know why you would want to do that, because then you'd make less money. I don't know, but I'm not gonna be weird about it. So yeah, clipping things like these streams, if there's anything that people pick up on that are like, oh, that should, you know, that's a good idea for a video, that's a good idea to actually like just release it individually on its own, sure, yeah, let's do that. Did I miss a follower? My number ticked up, I think. I don't know who followed me, but thank you, whoever it was. Which other ones? I did Shrug, and then I did... No. Point. I did Point. That's a new one. Actually... Excuse me. Sir? Please? Where is it? Hold on. Begging your finest pardon. I farted. Okay. I love that my mouth moves when the Sega thing goes off. Sorry, I'm gonna glance at my script to see what I'm feeling for this next emotion. How am I happy? You know, I'm happy, but like how? How does that apply? A compilation of the Segas. Just go whatever it is that I'm talking about every time it says Sega. Okay. Let's do thank you. I think thank you is a better title. I always do the hair. That's a detail. I always get into the details before I finish the actual track. It's a big problem I have is I get so eager about like, oh man, I want to start making those shapes. My brush off. Something feels a little off. Good Lord, what is happening in there? We'll redo it. Do a draft. I am glad that this is able to run both OBS and my Photoshop at full capacity, and it also has a pretty long save internal memory of my actions, so I can go back in my history and undo stuff. I'm always worried that this is going to crash, and then if this crashes, that my stream crashes, and then I leave you alone in the dark. Let's refine these hands. I wasn't working in the draft. Good Lord. I lost 5 hours of work because of a crash. Oh my god, that's the worst. I have gotten into the habit. My fingers stay on Control S for the most part because I've also had instances where it's just like gone. Like I had a lot of trouble with Toon Boom initially. For whatever reason, the drivers were not good, and it would just crash in the middle. And I was so paranoid that I just got into the habit of like every single frame that I draw, I Control S just always in any program now. Also Premiere crashes a lot. After Effects is the worst. I even refuse to use After Effects anymore because it cannot run for whatever reason. Something about the optimization of like the RAM management in software is bad. But yeah, Premiere too. I Control S just everywhere. Yes, Memory is important. Oops. Damn it. I need to redraw the face. My eyes. Somebody had mentioned earlier that they liked my style, and I don't know what specifically about it they like. I appreciate it, nonetheless. I think it was the way that I colored the loosely, because I had said, like, I'm kind of keeping it loose on purpose. Somebody had said that they liked some of this, and I never went into detail on what it is that I have refined in my style, quote-unquote style, because, like, this would vary if I didn't have my my default that I keep coming back to. But I have refined this style from many years of observation of what I enjoy in other characters, and so I have a very specific way of drawing people, myself specifically. I like to use myself as the guy that I draw. But I stole the nose, I stole the lip, I stole the eye shape, I'm a thief and a liar. I don't know about the hair. I think the hair is very specific to me because nobody else has this freaking cowlick right here. That's mine. You can't steal that. But I throw in a little bit of, that's a Spike Spiegel right there. But I've stolen each of these things to make my own kind of style. And so whenever anybody's like, how do I come up with my own style? I would tell them to just observe what you like, and utilize that. Initially, I had my style was that I never did noses because I think I was stealing from Adventure Time at that time. And so I was like, oh, I like that they don't have noses. But then, me growing up, recognizing that noses are kind of important to character, they help sell the face very well. The nose is actually a very good indicator of perspective, because if I turn my head over here, if I want to indicate that I've turned my head, an easy way to do that is to put my nose right there, and now it's blocking my eye in the back, and then I would just have to shift this and move that a little bit. And obviously I would do it better if I was actually trying to, but the nose is an important landmark, and so I was foolish to have not used it, personally. There's ways to work around it. Obviously Pendleton Ward made it work for him and his characters, but I've stolen each of these bits, and so I've never told anybody where I've stolen these from. But the bags under my eyes I stole from, I worked on a little project with some guys from college, and somebody was a character designer, and he had created this character that I actually voiced and animated, and I really liked the character design, and I should probably credit him. I don't know where I would find his information, but I will admit that I took it from him. If he ever finds this again, I will completely come clean and be like, yeah, absolutely, credit to you. I don't remember his name, but anyway, I voiced the character and I animated him, and so I just got really used to drawing the bags under the eyes, and I was like, hey, I have those in real life. Make it an expression. No, I can't do the this. You want this as an expression? I kind of have that as an expression. Hold on. That's what I was going for with the hold on. Where is it? That one. I was going for like the One Punch Man, where he's just like, okay. After the alien like busts off his super armor or whatever, and then he goes Super Saiyan. I was going for that with this one, but that's not. I'll draw the. Hold on, let me draw the character that I drew for the little short. I think I actually have it on my channel if you guys want to look and try and find it. But that project fell through, and so it just never came to fruition. I think he has the final animation, the guy who was in charge, and he was gonna try and do pitches and stuff, but I don't know if he's done that. I don't know if he's kept up with it. Probably not, or I would have heard about it, and it would be big on wherever it was gonna be made. But yeah, that's where I picked up the bags under the eyes. The nose is from it's Maka's nose from Soul Eater. I really like the way that is that Nakamura? I don't remember his name. I think it's Nakamura. But I really like the way that he shorthanded her nose, where it's just like this little, and then you can just draw a line if you want, or you can just leave it as a little, circle or an oval, and then it still dictates the shape, the positioning of the head, very well. And then you can shade the bottom and make it, so that wherever the light's at, or you can do like shade over here. It just adds some depth to the face. So I like that. That's where I got the nose. The eyes are different. I don't actually know where I got the eyes from. I can't remember. Honestly, it might just be like the traditional like anime girl eye, where I like the aesthetic of it, where it is you don't hit the corners. The corners are left bare. These areas right here, where your tear ducts are just blank, and so you just have the top line for the eyelid and the bottom line for the bottom lid, and you can just do like you can put whatever circle, whatever way inside of those two, and then the implied line between them makes it look like an eyeball. Is the way that I do it. And I'm pretty lazy, so I always draw my pupil up at the top like I'm stoned out of my mind. So I never do the darkening on the upper eyelid, because it reminds me of like smoky eye for old cartoons, where women would have the shinies, and they'd have like the sides that are like that, and then they'd have the middle part that has the highlight on it. And I don't wear makeup, so not my style, but that's just me. But I do the underbag because I do have dark circles under my eyes. I have tried sleeping more, and it doesn't help. So I don't know what that's about, but genetics be damned. So now they just kind of look like scars on my character, and I like them, actually. They're fun. So what are you gonna do? And then the lip, I think I also got that from that might also be Soul Eater. I just like the way that it's like it implies a side of the head, and then you could do like a whisper here and just have it like very small mouth. But that's how I do mouths. I think it's fun to just very specifically highlight the lips, because otherwise you just got like a smooth side of your face, and that's kind of boring. And then your mouth, you're limited to here. But then if I have it built in on the side of my face, it just makes it more dynamic. It makes it breaks up the shape of the line. Personally. And I can, you just leave it there, and then it still works, let me... Yeah, it still works. And then nose goes here, or I can even do nose over there and just have eyes. But if I put my nose on the side of the head, then, you know, only one eye. If I were to do like this, then I could still do my eyes. Actually, that's not bad. Anyway, so that's where I got my eyes, my nose, my mouth. Chin is super easy. I don't like the butt chins. I do kind of have a dimple in my face, I think, now that I'm feeling it. I think I have a butt chin. But it's fine, whatever. It's not super dramatic. That's how I got my style. Hair is a little bit Spike Spiegel. Just the wisps on the top, but I usually have a hat on, so that doesn't apply. The little thing on my avatar, this little, you can't see my cursor very well. This little thingy, I do, if I'm not wearing a hat, I do a little dangle. I just like that. I also have a cowlick in the back of my head, so, you know, I got a cowlick here, and I got a cowlick here, and then I have a cowlick down at the nape of my neck. But I always have a little dangle, just because it gives me something to do secondary action on if I'm ever animating my head moving, and so I can have it drag behind, and it's just a little wispy thing, and I think it's fun. And I don't think I stole that from anybody. Actually, I think it was a development that I made, because I used to have, I was making a little animated thing, and it never came to fruition, but the little sticker guy, the logo for my Discord, sorry, not sticker guy, somebody had said to make this a sticker for my Discord. I had a project that I was working on in college where I wanted to do a cartoon about me as like somebody who had like been isolated for so long that he just started creating these, seeing these characters in his head, and were like I don't know if anybody knows anything about psychology or studies of psychology, but I love the concept of Sigmund Freud. I recognize he's a bad person. He's not a good guy. But he's really funny to me in that he made all of these scientific theories and nobody ever called him on it. Nobody ever like redid his research to see how wrong he was. They were just like, yeah, sure, that sounds good, man. Whatever, as long as you don't try and kill me or tell me that I'm a weird pervert who wants to have sex with my mom, that type of stuff. So people just kind of left him to his own devices. So I really like the concept of Freud and all of his theory, but none of it's proven. Like, it's all theory. And so it's really fun because it's almost like astrology, but for human beings, like their brains. So I made this little show where I was like, okay, breaking down one of Freud's main theories of the id, the ego, and the superego. And so this is id, and he is the animalistic nature of humans. And so he would just be this little shadow figure that was completely relentless in like his pursuit of like the basic needs for humanity. Freud had this theory that the id was this uncontrollable animal. We all have it from birth, where like babies are the id. They're the embodiment of the id. And so babies, all they want is to sleep, they want to eat, and they want to explore and like run wild. Like they're learning, and so they are constantly like pushing the boundaries of physical reality to their detriment. Often they hurt themselves by exploring. Like if you don't watch your kid, they will like fall in a pool or, you know, skin their knee, whatever. So I wanted to have this id where I start seeing this creature and then I have to take care of it, but nobody else can see it, and so I look like a crazy person running after this demon that is causing problems and interacting with the world, but they just see me chasing a ghost, essentially. And just wrangling this child, essentially. This child version of me. And so it lent itself really well to animation in that he was like a Tom and Jerry, and I was just like this straight man comedy character where I'm just constantly trying to wrangle him and keep him under wraps while he tries and run wild. So it is like if there was an owner in the house anytime Tom and Jerry were doing their nonsense, and I, as the owner of them, would have to come in and stop and separate them. And then whatever cartoony, whatever nonsense would happen to me involved in that. Similar to like Space Jam, where Michael Jordan gets like inflated and stuff, and like falls in the hole and gets stretched out and stuff like that, where in the physical reality I'm not being affected by it, but also I'm wrangling this little cartoon character. And so anyway, that never came to fruition. And then the ego is me. So it is the little demon. Ego is me as just a person who's been separated from the id and the ego. The ego is the human that presents itself. So whoever you consider yourself to be, you are your ego. And the superego is your conscience. And so it's this, the idea that the ego is in this constant like battle with the id, and then the superego is trying to tell the ego, me, how to control the id, what to do better. Freud's theory was that, sorry, I'm rambling. Freud's theory was that your parents instill your superego onto you. So the idea was going to be that they were the equivalent of these parental advisory entities that would tell me how to do better. Essentially, when your parents get mad at you for like, oh, you're not raising your kid right, that type of stuff, it would be that, but I'm a single man, and it's not a baby, it's a demon. So yeah, that was my idea, and I did that thesis in college, and it didn't fully come to fruition. I never actually got to animating the superego, but I had an idea where it was the, it was my hat. My hat was the superego, and so, because it was two different characters, there would be instances where the hat would spin around. And so the front facing was it's essentially the angel and the devil on your shoulder, where one is telling you like, oh yeah, you should do better, you can do it, whatever. And then the devil's like, nah, let it go, don't worry about it. Type of stuff, where it's like, no, you should tell that guy off. Let id handle it. Let id punch that guy in the knees or whatever. So the hat would spin around, and so it would be backwards, and then he was like, I'm evil, and that's the little loop for the back of the hat flap. Type of stuff. So that was my thesis for college. And it never came to fruition. And so, sorry, all of that to say that this little tail on id was where I got the idea for the little floaty thing on the back of my head for my cowlick, because this was inspired by my cowlick initially. That was a very long story, I'm sorry. All of that just for that. I had a lot of iterations for iterations. But he pops up every once in a while in my stuff because he's cute and he's just a little guy. And he causes problems. He's too tall. That's a long id. That's a little better. I haven't drawn him in a while, actually. So much lore. I did not see the hat plot twist coming. Yes. So yeah, the hat being just like on my head, kind of like on your shoulder, you know, whatever. And then it would like, because it's the good and bad conscience in your head, it would swap directions. It would just physically, like, they would be fighting on my head and just keep spinning back and forth, forward and backward facing hat. And that's all. Yeah, that was my idea, and it wasn't great, so it never came to be. But you know, if I could flesh it out, I could get a team to work on it and like really hammer stuff down. If I really wanted to, I think I could make it work. But I don't know where I would put it. Anyway, oh, the idea being that like it made me think of Cosmo and Wanda, where Wanda was the responsible one and Cosmo was kind of more willing to let stuff go and just be like, wacky and like, yeah, do it, don't fight your impulses, do whatever. So yeah, that was the inspiration for that. As much as I hate to attribute anything to Butch Hartman, that guy sucks now. but I did watch his shows when I was little, so that is part of my childhood. Unfortunately, that is something that I think about sometimes. So that was my college thesis, and that's probably more breakdown than anybody ever got on it. Anyway. Let's finish this drawing. Some of my favorite things about artists are the ways they build themselves an avatar. Yeah, I'm not very creative. I'll put that out there. So I've never been one to do like, I never did usernames. Like, I've never tried to represent. I couldn't come up with like a clever username which was like a spin on mine. So I on here on YouTube I'm just Cullen Sanders. Because I'm also not somebody who's gonna hide my identity. Not that that's everybody gets a username. Use that anonymity to your advantage. But I personally wasn't creative enough to come up with a good identity, like an alter ego. So I'm always just Cullen Sanders everywhere. And for a while, I think that's what kept me from wanting to put stuff out there. I was like, oh shit, people are gonna know actually my name. People are gonna actually know who I am, and I don't care anymore. So yeah, that's where I'm at. And then I'm not creative enough to have created like a persona or like some avatar that represents me without being me. There's some really creative ones that I've seen. I feel like everybody's avatar though does kind of play into their actual identity. Somehow there's a real part of them in it. But yeah, this is just how I see myself, I guess. These are the things that I think make me up. It's also hard for me to have not included a nose on my characters when I have a pretty solid schnoz on my face. So it felt like I was lying about not putting a nose on my characters. Maybe I was embarrassed about my big nose. It's not that big. I know I'm blowing it out of proportion, but it's, just something that I was self-conscious about. Irrationally. Because nobody cares. Nobody would have even pointed at my nose and gone, ha, big. But, just weird things. Sometimes you worry about stuff that you really shouldn't. Do we think I could play YouTube playlists on my YouTube for streaming? Do we think that I could play one of the music playlists that I've made with other YouTube videos content in it on YouTube through my channel so that we could listen to music that isn't... Because if it's copywritten, I don't think you can put it on YouTube. But I could be wrong. I guess I could do game music. I don't know. Just something... Because I'm not tired. Listen, I could listen to Sonic all day long. I could listen to Sonic in the background all day long. This is my channel. I could do it. But you're listening too. And I feel like it would be better to just include the music in the stream itself. And so I feel like I would be okay to stream, at the very least, game music playlists, because game music is not copywritten, I think, on YouTube because of the way that you can stream games, and you can't flag people for having played games with that music in it. I don't know. Thoughts? Opinions? Questions? While you figure that out, I'm going to check Discord. Nothing. I see all these people online. Nobody's in here. Not all those people. Some of you are in here. Respect. Game music is, but you could probably find a curated non-strikeable playlist. That's a good idea. I should look into that. I'll look into that. I'm gonna write that down real quick. Write that down, write that down. Find YouTube friendly music playlist. Okay, cool. That's a good idea. I've gotten good. I've been okay in the past with having done game music in other videos. Like I did in the tutorials that I've done, I would put like Undertale stuff in there because there's some good, just like ambient, chill Undertale vibes for speed paint's sake. And so I would put that underneath, and I was fine there. I never got flagged. But also, I believe Toby Fox is explicitly one of the few creators who is like super chill about people using his stuff. So. Alright, another question. I need your input. How do we feel about all the fingers on this hand? How do we feel about these finger lines? Or do we want just those to define those? Or do we want the loop to define the middle fingers? Because the pinky, I think, is fine. Actually, I might erase. I like that. But for this, are we feeling this the loop? Or are we feeling the line? Or are we feeling even another one back here to differentiate these? Thoughts? Knuckle? No. No, Knuckle's silly. Knuckle is too far. You have the power. You have the authority over my stream. You get to decide. Feeling both lines only because of the slight angle. Okay. Gonna undo that because I actually like the way that the hand falls there. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. Both lines. So keep it as is. Actually, get rid of that. I like that. Yeah, I think that's good. Sorry, I keep moving things around. I can't just sit still, and now the stream is off. Okay, I'm going to sit for a second. I'm just going to sit here for a second and not touch anything. You like all the fingers. You like the palm. And you like the knuckles. Do we like the knuckles, or do we like the line across as the knuckles? I'm not going to touch anything. Line across as in like what was here, but over here. What is here, over there. Again, you have the power. You decide what my avatar looks like. And now you can go into the next video and go, bah, I did that. That was you. Tell your friends, come watch. Watch this jester do a dance, and I can tell him what to do, and he'll do it. I like the two that you have currently, but the squiggle is also interesting. Squiggle. As in just the straight line across. That? Or, did I have another one? No, I got rid of the squiggle. Either straight line or knuckles. Because I feel like squiggle could be too similar to a palm. And while I do think that the angle of the hand is enough to indicate that it's knuckles, could be problematic. I'm going to sit a second. Let it rest. Let it rest. Let it rest. 17 black. Let it rest. Hopefully you've seen that meme, or else I sound psychotic. But my friend just gave me that vocal stim, so I've been doing that for a month. I think knuckles. Okay, cool. He doesn't chuckle. This is also not the final. I'm gonna redraw over top of this and refine it, but I just want to lay out myself a little draft, because last time I didn't, and it was a little bit more difficult. Thank you for your input. I appreciate it. I like that. Okay. Thank you for being present in my ongoing critique of my own work. I appreciate that. It's also not super important. It's only going to be on screen for a little bit, so I'm super not concerned about it, but I do appreciate your input. Yeah. Let's finish this. And you can tell people you were here, and then when I use it, you can point and say, you should have been there, you should have been at the stream, you could have changed it if you don't like it. And nobody can ever say they don't like my art anymore, because now it's crowdfunded. Crowdsourced, I guess, is the better way of putting that. You're not paying me, which is fine. I don't want your money. Please, please, please give me your money. Actually, let me look at this. sometimes I just draw the same thing 7 times, and then I draw the same thing again and again and again, and then I'm just like, yep, I nailed it that 7th time that it looks identical to the first time I did it. And then sometimes I just undo all of it because I don't like it. I should have just traced over the thing that I had because it looked better that way. Fool. Alright, another decision. Do we like vertical pupil? Because that's different than the rest of them. All the other ones are horizontal. I feel like the vertical distills it down to like a more sincere, genuine feeling. Like I'm excited about it, you know? Whereas this is a little bit more lax. So I kind of like the vertical for this specific pose. There's a softness to it. So, vertical sounds okay? Here, I was gonna... I held my hand on top of my tablet to try and cover it for you. Let me, Okay, you got this side of the face, and you got this side of the face. See, that looks a little more... This one now, on the left, looks more manic. I look like I'm attacking you. Whereas this looks more like actually genuinely happy about something. I need to... Shit. There we go. Sorry, I was putting myself back. Yeah, I actually think that the vertical is pretty solid. The left side was concerning. Left side was a problem. Left side was a problem, but we fixed it. No more Mr. Left Side. Yeah, this is interesting. I haven't streamed in a long time, and I feel like I've gotten a lot of skills, and I think I was concerned that I wouldn't have anything to say, but now I have a lot too much, potentially, to say. But just then, working that out with somebody in viewing it, I don't think I've ever been able to express the feeling of something just by showing it, and so that is very inspiring to me that I have gotten much better since then, because I was right. I was like, there's just a different energy about a horizontal oval, and the vertical, I don't know what it is. I don't know if maybe it's just the way that it's been used in the past, other mediums that I've seen it used in, but the vertical pupil really shows like excitement, intrigue, energy. I don't know. But I've just never put that into words. I just do it in my head, and then I put it on paper. So it's really cool to have people here to be like, oh yeah, that does make sense. That's awesome. This is fun. I'm excited to stream now. I was concerned. I was scared. I was like, oh god, I'm not going to have anything to do or say. And then people were here, and they were excited, so I appreciate it. I feel like it's posture related. Yeah, it is posture something. I'm sure there's some genius out there who knows, based on like the line of action, the energy. There's theorems, I'm sure, about it, but I don't know. I've just seen so many cartoons that do it that I'm like, they know what they're doing. I'm gonna do it too, and it works, and they know, and now I know, but I don't know actually. I don't know why it is, but somebody does. I'm sure it's some shape language theory, but that's fun. Now I want to just paint canvases of ovals and be like, these are exciting. And people will be like, they are exciting. And then I paint a bunch of horizontal ovals and I'm like, these are depressing. And they're like, yeah, that's crazy. I'm in the wrong field. I should be a gallery installation artist. Alright, I need to stop having clicked on. Can you see? There we go. The face was my biggest concern, and the hands, but now that I've got that pinned down, I think I'm good to just kind of crank this out. You just sold me on expressionism. Yeah, I don't know. There's just something about it that is just like, yeah, there is like an inherent, like you can, there's a level that you can refine something down to get it exactly, to get at the essence of what it is. Yeah, that's really cool. I've never done any, like, I did color theory a little bit in college, but I wasn't good at it. My teacher gave me like a C on my color theory, and I was like, I thought I nailed it, but maybe I'm colorblind. And I didn't comprehend it beyond things like mood. Like, yeah, blue makes you like a, well, blue, depending, can be like sad, but also like a contentedness, a calm. And yellow is like exciting and at you, you know, it's coming at you, it's in your face. Red is angry, and there's a reason we associate each of these things with certain colors. And that's really interesting to me. But I never got, like, the interactions that colors have with each other in, like, physical appearance to your eye, where it's like if you put a blue next to a yellow, it does something. There's a vibration that happens with your eyes. The cones in your eyes can't handle the certain wavelengths to combine together. And I was just bad at finding colors that did those things. So I never got into theory. But shape language, that's a good one. And I think that's just kind of inherent to understanding drawing to a degree. I think it just comes with time of explaining, like, yeah, I drew it like that because I wanted it to feel like this, and then it did, you know? And that's where I'm at right now. That's what I just realized with those pupils. This is also lopsided, so I'm going to adjust this. I feel like this needs to be more... There we go. As you can see, I'm still struggling with the knuckle squiggles. Oh. Yeah, it looks okay. I keep saying I'm not worried about it, but then I take 5 years to finish a line, so clearly I am. Yeah, it's pretty good. I like it. I think it fits. I do need that. Oops. For color. Turned out good though. Thank you. I'm happy with it. Let's see how I do with coloring, because I always seem to not be. Ooh! Wait, let me think about it before I start rambling. There it is. Alright. I'm thinking about it when it comes to doing the thing in the back. Thank you. I'm hoping it comes together. Is that hand really tiny? Let me... Hold on. I think I make that hand a little bigger. Or at least move that line. I'm always second guessing stuff. I'm like, is it done? Is it done? Just post it, bro. God. There we go. Get bigger hands. Oh, criminy, I was drawing in the wrong color. Oh, now I'm on the color level. Good lord. It's fine, it just looks like a lower opacity. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. There we go. Okay, good lord. we go. There he is. God, I'm so cute. No, I do like the way the eyes turned out, and I think the vertical pupils were a good idea. I got another follower. Who's here? Hey, yo, what's up? I made a friend. Welcome in. I appreciate you joining us. Howdy. I've gotten into a habit of saying howdy recently, and I don't know where that came from, because I haven't seen Toy Story in a while, and I feel like that's the only place I would have gotten howdy from. My name's Woody. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know why. So howdy. Sorry, give me one moment. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, checking my calendars. Okay. Oh, I didn't do the bottom of my jacket. God damn it. Damn it. There we go. Oops. I don't know. Maybe there's some subliminal messaging on why howdy has made a resurgence, but I don't know. I don't know where that could have come from. Howdy. Howdy. I'm trying to think of the last time somebody said it to me. Howdy. Howdy. I don't know. It's just, it's just in passing. It's something new. It's different. It's not hey. It's not hi. It's not yo. It's howdy. Cowboy jeans. Yeah. I don't know if we had any ranchers in my family. Probably not. I think we've been in Ohio since the potato famine. I'm Irish. Top of the morning to you. They're always after me brown parts. Me lucky charm. What am I looking for? I'm not actually Irish. I mean, I have Irish descent. I'm just not from Ireland. I'm from Ireland. I would love to be there, though. They freaking rule. All right. I need input. I need input from the live. You're saying damn because I'm not Irish? Or are you saying damn because it's a good impression? Or are you saying damn because you wish I was Irish so then you wouldn't have to like me? Because some people don't like the Irish. I need your help. I need your assistance on who do I use for reference for a shrug. And I have a picture in mind. I have 2 pictures in mind. 3 pictures in mind that I need deliberation on. Hold. Before I bring it in, I'll get the other 2 queued up. Alright. I think if I zoom on one, it doesn't zoom on the other. Yes, correct. Correct. Okay. Here's number 1. Okay. How are we feeling? Here's number 2. Huh? And here's number 3. How are we feeling? What's the vibe? What are we going for? What are we like? Do you know Larry? Evil Larry? Evil Larry? Draw a cat, dude. No, I'm doing the cat later. I know it's in my prompts, but I'm doing a cat later. I do cats all the time. Number 2 is goated. Less with Tom. I'll draw a cat when I'm good and ready. I drew my friend's cat too many times this week, and he sent me another one, and it's adorable, and it's when she snuggles with him in the morning, and she crawls under his blanket and just on his chest, and it's just the cutest fucking thing. I'm gonna cry. She's so cute. So I will be drawing that for my prompt probably, but yeah. I'm scared that Evil Larry is gonna come up. Evil Larry is right behind me. Why are these all so good in their own way? What's your script vibe? Okay. Let me read. Maybe I'll read an excerpt. Cause I don't think I'm gonna be able to go with the Kevin James one, cause that's a little too nonchalant. But I could. God, I want my hands up. You know what I mean? I want them up. And so I think the Tom one is probably the best. But the old guy in the red is pretty solid. Kevin James is a little too nonchalant, so probably not that one, but I could always just put hands over top of his face. I mean, not on his face, but, use his face and then also do the shrug. Let me find my script and read the part that I'm thinking of. I feel like it's just a general, There's got to be like a no in here. I know that there's an instant. There was something that I was like unsure about, and I was like, I don't know. Oh. I feel comfortable sharing this part because it's not like a spoiler specifically. Because I don't know. The specific part is going to be like, I got an NFT scam email from one of these sites. That was cool. I don't know which one. I don't know. Something like that. Yeah. Matches my avatar style. Yeah, and also Tom and Jerry's like I grew up on that. I grew up on Tom and Jerry. That's my jam, All right. Actually, I haven't been flipping back and forth. Okay, we'll do a side by side. Tom, old man. Tom, old man. Tom, old man. They're pretty similar. But I think that the hands out, I think you guys are correct. I think the hands out to the side are pretty good. Like, I just gotta make sure I've got enough room with my avatar. Tom has way more energy. Okay, yeah. Okay, all right, you guys win. Look at that. That's democracy in action. You guys chose, and you voted for it, and I agree. And you're just right. You're just unequivocally right. And so I have to do what the people want. And so now you, if you see my next video, can just be like, hey, I did that actually. I in spirit drew that. I drew that. Tom looks like he has done something. I guarantee he has done something. He's probably got Jerry in his mouth right there. Jerry is probably trying to fight his way out with a jackhammer against his front teeth. Is probably what has happened, if I'm guessing, based on my history with having watched that show. Alright, let's get sucked down. Let's do shrug. Alright. Oop. Alright, let me flip back and forth. I gotta see Tom again. His shoulders are like way back. He's like, Alright, how are we feeling? Damn, do you ever draw a line and then you're just like, you can't find it again? There was one in there that I was just like, yeah, that was the one. And then I fricked it up. I hecked it up. You know, something like that. It's always the one you undo and make a straight line. Yeah, that shit sucks. And it's like, oh, oops. Alright, how are we feeling if we do 2 identical hands on either side, if I'm gonna pick one, where they're like out to the side this way? Do we like this one? Or do we want them a little more forward, coming at you? Like Cleopatra? Because I feel like this one's a little too forward. Honestly, it just might be a bad shape. If it was more like the back of the palm. I don't want it to be perfectly symmetrical either. Sorry, I'm acting out a shrug right now. I'm like, my hands kind of go to the front, but also like to the side feels like more. It's like super dramatic. It's like you know. It's so great to have people who just have to listen to you. I feel like I'd be losing my mind if there wasn't another person here watching me. I don't hate the combination of both of them, by the way. If that's also an option, is to do just, you know, I nailed it first try, you know. I think both of them together I did. Awesome. Perfect. Absolute cinema. Let's do it. That's all I needed to hear. Nobody else said anything else. You wield so much power in showing up to my stream, by the way, and being like the only person here. So, you guys get to pick. You guys rule my life right now. I am at your whim. So keep making decisions for these videos, because then I get to blame you guys if they suck. I can be like, hey, actually these guys told me exactly what to do, and that didn't work. I'm totally kidding. Thank you for following me on Instagram. I appreciate that. I assume you saw the other video and linked through there, where you just managed to find me. But thank you, I appreciate it. I mean, that's pretty good, you know? Soft rip. Thanks for the power. Put it right in my head. Yeah, absolutely. That's where it goes. Straight to the head. So, you know, I do everything except draw a cat. You do have to kind of follow me with my train of thought, but in those instances where I do request help, you have so much power. And if you want less, you should invite more people into the stream. So I'm actively incentivizing you to not improve my abilities in the algorithm. I'm actively hindering myself by saying more people is actually bad for voting. No, I want more perspectives. But also, since I don't have them, you guys get to pick. That's how it goes. Case in point, you know? There we go. And you can say you did this. I made that happen. I'll let you give that. You can have that credit. You get it. Right ahead. Alright. Now, here's the problem. It is late-ish. Not late for me, but I've been doing this I've been live for 6 hours. Wow. That's crazy. Okay, I think I'm going to clean this one up off stream, and I'm going to go eat food. And then, depending on what people are feeling, maybe I open back up. Maybe I stream, maybe I try Twitch tonight and do games. I don't know. I don't know what I'm feeling, because I'll be up for another couple hours. And I know that I've got some international people. So, you know, I'd like to be able to give them some time as well. But I think I'm going to wrap up here. Thank you for tuning in. I'm sorry you kind of just joined and kind of missed the rest. But, consolation prize, face reveal on Wednesday. So if you tune back in on Wednesday at like 3 p.m. till, I guess now, I can be back on around now, Eastern Standard Time. It is currently 8:50 p.m. for me. So, I've been going since 3 p.m. And if you said you subscribed, so you will get notifications. In theory, if you hit the bell, you'll get a notification when I go live again on Wednesday. It's been great talking to you. I appreciate you having been here. I got another sub. We made another friend. Oh no. Yeah, not so late. No. I stay up until like 4 a.m. I want to make that clear. I sleep poorly. I have a bad sleep schedule. I enjoy sleeping into the noon hours, and then waking up and working on stuff. I like being awake at night. I don't know what it is. I just like being in a quiet environment, and I think it's just easy to be more naturally quiet when it's nighttime. Anyway, I apologize that I'm leaving now because you guys have just tuned in. But since you've subscribed, if you hit that bell, you will know when I am starting again later this week. I think my schedule is going to be Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 3 p.m. I'm going to shoot for that. I will probably play around with going either YouTube or Twitch. I think I got to play with that. Just to see what works best for me. Interface, you know, people actually getting to look at it. However, again, I'd like to stay on YouTube because that's where I have just gotten all these people. And I really appreciate you guys tuning in, truly. Because otherwise, I would have been bored out of my mind just chilling here, not talking to anybody. Bad sleep schedule, be thankful you got a schedule. I freestyle raw. Yeah, I actually ran the idea past myself to do the Marathon Man sleep schedule at some point. And I think that would be really fun, but not conducive for streaming. I don't know if you know what the Marathon Man strategy is, but Leonardo da Vinci used to sleep for 20 minutes and then be awake for 2 hours, and then sleep for 20 minutes and then be awake for 2 hours. And so he just did that all the time. And that's how he slept. And so I want to try that out. I think it would be really funny. But yeah, there should probably be a better, maybe it's 30 minutes to 2 hours. I don't know. There's a ratio there. In theory, I guess it would be 1 hour to 2 hours. Every 1 hour you sleep for an hour and then hang out for 2 hours. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I'll be back Wednesday, Friday, same time, and then we'll see how that goes throughout the week. See what the reach is on YouTube, and then maybe we'll mix it up. Wednesday, I'm gonna do face reveal. I'm not trying to hide my identity. I'm linked everywhere on YouTube. This is my real name. But I gotta get my camera set up and figure out what I want to do in the background. I'm gonna start trying to figure out music that I can put on in the meantime, so you guys aren't just listening to me breathing. And then maybe once we get the camera up, we can do you know, more variation. I can do like physical drawings. I can show you my game setup, and you guys can watch me play Galaga. I've got an arcade cabinet back there. It's not a full one, it's just a one-up. Got my CRT set up. I could play some old games and just do hangouts. You know, it just depends on what people are looking for. It feels like people tuned into my my last video and are now expecting me to be an artist, and I am. But I do a lot of other stuff too. So we'll just play it by ear and see what people are looking for. You have the power. When you tune in, you decide what I do. That's how it goes. Because otherwise I don't have anybody watching. So, you know, literally just how it works. Anyway, sorry, I've been rambling. Cool. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I will see you on Wednesday. Goodbye.